with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. I'm your captain of tonight's cruise. Talk about cruise. We've got one ahead of you. This is going to be a little, I would have to say, this is probably going to be a little scary for those that want to know why we picked the Midnight Ocean as our name. Well, you're going to find out. I've always said the ocean can be a very calming, relaxing place to be, but it can also be terrifying at the same time. And tonight's going to be one of those shows. We are going to be talking about alien abduction and UFO experiences. Now, we're going to be taking calls from the listeners, so it is a non-guest night. You are actually our guest, the listeners out there. It's all about you tonight. So with that, we've sent out a post. We've asked for some guests to call in. We've got a couple responses. Got a couple responses already from that. And we are going to open up the lines here. But before we do that, let's do a little bit of housekeeping and everything. And thank you, everybody who is subscribing to our YouTube channel. We're growing. We're up to 180 subs, which translates to about we're averaging about anywhere from 100 to 200 views a show just on YouTube alone. Now that we have Facebook plugged in, that is kicking it up quite a bit as well. But if you are new to the broadcast, new to the show, please make sure that you hit that subscribe button. If you are joining us on Facebook, thank you very much. Tell your friends and your family about us. We're here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Wow, what a day. Lining up guests for next week. This week was kind of an intentional. I didn't want to book guests this week. I wanted to leave it open. And there's a couple things. Number one, we're competing against the debates and all of the things that are going on there. And then number two, I wanted to give you time as listeners to participate in our show and figure out why that is going on. That's the studio air conditioning, and it should not be running. So this week was kind of an open week by design, and I think it's turning out pretty good. Last night's show was pretty fun. I don't know, exposed a lot of people. It was funny because I got a lot of criticism from individuals stating, well, why are you playing those? Everybody knows about those tapes. And I'll have to say about 80% of the people that were listening to last night's show came back and said they've never heard those tapes. So some of us old hags and hags, that's a sailor's term, in the paranormal business, yeah, we assume that everybody sees us, but we are attracting newer and younger audience members. Now, tonight's show is probably not a show for the younger viewer. I will have to say, I'm not into censorship or anything like that, but I will have to say that if you have children or small children that are listening to the show tonight might not be the show, because we are going to be playing some abduction regression hypnotherapies back for you guys. Now, we've cleaned these up. You got to remember, a lot of these hypnotherapies were done, one of them was done in the 70s on the old black tape recorder. Yeah, we all had one. As I commonly like to say, the Lyndon Moulton Howe tape recorder. And so we have those. Now, I have it under good advice that she has since moved her technology up, but the good old days of Lyndon Moulton Howe. I love it. I love to have her on the show. And actually, we reached out to her. People maybe they'll hopefully reach back to us. But so we've cleaned up a couple of them were already digital, so they didn't need a whole lot of work. So we've got about 8 hours. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to go 8 hours, because tonight is all about you. And let me kind of just go ahead and kick this in here. So we've done something special. If you have a story to tell, there is 3 ways you can share it with us right now. The first way is that you can send an email, send your story, type it up in an email form, and send it to listener.themidnightocean@gmail.com. We will be monitoring that throughout the evening. All right. The other way is through our Skype line, which is TMO Listener. That's TMO Listener. So if you have Skype, you can type in TMO Listener in the Skype, and we will love to hear from you. The third way is through, yes, we've set up a phone line just for tonight. Well, actually, we'll probably keep it for a while, but it's 352-388-3900. So you can call in for those that want to use the old phone, the older tech. That's fine. I use phones all day long. Nothing wrong with that. And finally, the fourth way, you can text message us at 786-574-3652. So you guys know it has always been my goal to be accessible. I love Art Bell, and I love some of the older shows, but you know how hard it is to get in touch with them, to be able to communicate with them. It's almost near impossible. I remember, here's my Art Bell story. I started listening to Art Bell in the early 90s. I have called into a show well over 100 times. Now, when he came back, I knew that his listenership was way down from the 10 million that he had originally. So when he came back on the air, I immediately called in. I was like one of the first callers. So I called in on the Skype line. And sure enough, Art's like, Jeff, are you there? Jeff, calling on the Skype line. Are you And my Skype microphone was jacked up. I didn't actually set the right input. And he's like, going once, going twice. And sure enough. And it looks like I'll never be able to speak with the great Art Bell on the air, that is. But, oh well, it wasn't meant to happen. So out of that, like I said, we have the SMS. That is throughout the day. You can send me text messages throughout the day. Don't call that number. It's not my cell phone. It is set up. That number is actually provided to us by Live Ninja for SMS services. They have a new product out there. Go out there and look at them. Pretty cool company. Pretty cool company and what they're doing. So you can send us that. And of course, you can always call in at 352-388-3900. It will be our call-in line. And we'll leave that open. We'll just go ahead and keep it. We bought the line today, and we will keep that available for you guys. Because I know a lot of you were complaining that we got rid of our phone line. But we brought it back for you. So going back to some of the other housekeeping, if you are, like I said, join us on the Midnight Ocean. We got some pretty cool things coming down the pipe. We are creating a listener forum board called midnightlisteners.com. That's right, midnightlisteners.com. So that will be a forum board that you guys can post things about the show and communicate and all of that. And then, of course, the MN Ocean, if you are on Twitter. So without further ado, this is a story. This came in from Deb. There's, no need for last names. We'll start our evening off with a story from Deb. She writes, started when I was about 5 years old. My bedroom window looked over the lake here. I lived in upstate New York, the Finger Lakes region. Seneca Lake, Notorious Lake, lights flying in and out of it, lights sitting on the water. When I was young, up until my early teens, the Seneca Army Depot was active with soldiers. Rumor control had it. They had massive weaponry stored underground. Don't know for sure, but it does explain for a lot of sightings in the area. Anyways, when I was 5, it was a hot night in the summer. Remember those? I hope you have those fond memories. I really do. That brings me back to some really great memories. My family always had a cabin on Higgins Lake, Michigan. They still do, actually. And those were good times as kids. Those were good times. But something tells me that this might not be a good moment. Not sure of the month, just remember it was summer. I would look out my bedroom window, look at the lake, and think how beautiful it was and scary at the same time. Yeah. Water has that mystique. If you ever have an opportunity to sail on a sailboat away from land, take it. Now, I will warn you, if you ever have the opportunity to do it at night, definitely take it. Wear your life preserver. Be safe, because the ocean, the water, can be a cruel mistress. But enjoy it. Enjoy it. It is one of the, like I said, hence the name Midnight Ocean. It is one of the most peaceful, calming experiences you will ever have. We had the opportunity when I had the girls when I was younger. We sailed from Wisconsin down to Chicago. Now, they'll tell you a different story. But we have pictures from that. They were asleep. But Sandy and I had pictures. Of course, I had to stay up all night because I was on the tiller. And about 4, 5 in the morning, right as the sun was rising above Lake Michigan, we were about 5 miles out offshore. We wanted to stay far enough out. So we were offshore. And as the sun was rising on Lake Michigan, it literally looked like a sheen of oil across the lake. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my whole entire life, nature-wise. It ranked up there with, I've seen the Grand Canyon. I've seen the Sierras. I've seen, beautiful outdoors. But I will tell you that the water was like glass, and the sun reflecting off of it was like an oil, a sheen. And it was so peaceful. Now, I can tell you stories on that same lake where we were sailing back from a race in Muskegon, Michigan, coming back across the lake and hitting 20-foot seas. And it was the most terrifying experience I ever had. That is when you get ready, you meet and you say the things that you need to say to your maker, to your God in heaven. And if you ever sailed in Lake Michigan, you will know many ocean sailors come to Lake Michigan and think that they're going to race in the Mackinac. They're ocean, no big deal. You got these ocean sailors, unless they are the, continent to continent racers, they usually drop their sails and go home if the waves are over 3-4 feet. And Lake Michigan can get a lot higher. I think the highest recorded wave was 30-something feet. But what makes it dangerous is it's soupy. In other words, the waves come from you at all directions, not just one. So that's what makes it so treacherous. It's not like an ocean sailing where the waves roll and you can actually time them. You can actually time the waves, where in Lake Michigan, they come from all directions. So hence the Midnight Ocean name. And because I've experienced some majestic times on the water, and I've also experienced some very terrifying moments on the water. Well, let's get back to the story. I remember one night when looking out my bedroom, look at the lake. Okay, let me back this up. I remember one night when I looked out my bedroom window, looking at the lake and thinking how beautiful it was and scary at the same time. I remember one night when everything started. I remember seeing a lot of lights on the lake. Then one of the lights broke off from the others and started coming my way. I thought, oh, wow, neat. But then the light landed in the roof of our house, right where my window was. The light was really bright. Out of the light walked a little boy. He was smiling, very dark-haired and dark blue eyes, almost black. This went on for a few weeks, and then he invited me to his house. I said, yeah, not ever thinking it was dark out. Well, we went out on the roof of the house, and suddenly we were going up. I was so scared, I lost my breath. I don't remember anything after going up or coming back, but I can tell you it started a series of events that I will never forget to this day. They continue, but now my 8-year-old granddaughter is involved, and now they have a fight they never expected. Wow. Yeah, a lot of people, when I talk to people that have been abducted, it is generational. It's almost like they have found a DNA or something that is of interest, and they stick with it. They stick with that DNA, that bloodline. And I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that I don't know how much of this is people's creativity, but I want to believe. And for the most part, I do believe. Let me know what you think. You can give me a call on either the Skype line or the phone line, or you can SMS me. You can text message me here into the studios. We will get it, and we will respond to you promptly on the air as I look down at the text message. Now, I've got something to share with you, something that happened to me just recently. And I'll share that with you guys a little bit later. But I do want to bring on a very good friend who wants to share an experience that he had. So let me go ahead and get these things queued up. And I know he's out there in Skype land, so I know that he knows the call is coming. So we'll get him queued up real quick as we progress. But if you'd like to share your story, please give us a call at TMO Listener, or you can call us directly on the phone at 352-388-3900. That's 352-388-3900. And let me see, we're over here in the Skype land. I know a lot of people turn on his laptop. He's over in chat room. I know a lot of people are watching the debate tonight, and I get that. That's your civic duty. Hey, talk about the debates. Did you guys stay up for the Assange debacle last night? God, I feel trolled. So trolled. But that's another topic for another day. So while our good friend Jeff gets his laptop queued up so he can join into the show, we will continue on. See, it's already starting. I'm over here in YouTube and I'm watching, guys. I just want to say I am watching the YouTube feed already dump. And it's amazing how in YouTube this is happening. And it's specific topics that we talk about. It's where we start talking to people's real life events, not superstition or supposition, as they would say. This is when we are actually talking to individuals and they are telling us their real life event. That is when I notice YouTube start to have issues. It's almost like, what don't you want us to talk about on the air? So as YouTube re-queues up here, if you have a story, you can, of course, send it to listener.themidnightocean@gmail.com. We will be monitoring that throughout the evening. You can Skype us at TMO Listener. You can phone us at 352-388-3900. That is 352-388-3900. Or, of course, you can send us a text message at 786-574-3652. I would just create a contact in my phone for us. And then that way you can just hit the button and you can text us right during the show. And it comes in live, instant. These lines are unfiltered. In other words, they are not screened or unscreened calls. So as we continue on here, we're waiting for our good friend Jeff to get his laptop fired up. I don't think Jeff knew that we were coming on the air this quick, that I was going to bring him on this quick. And I will tell you, for all of the people that call in tonight, you will get a complimentary. I will talk to you through the Skype, and you will get a complimentary limited edition The Midnight Ocean coffee mug. That's right. So you will definitely get a limited edition coffee mug. And the first person who is going to get that mug, I suspect, and it goes to the most deserving person out there, Mr. Sentinel himself, Mr. Jeff. How are you, my friend?
Good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, buddy.
Awesome. What are you sending me?
You're going to get a coffee mug. All callers into the show, all listeners who participate via the Skype or the phone, not SMS or email, you have to call into the show. We'll get a limited edition Midnight Ocean coffee mug, and you are the first one to receive one, my friend.
Oh, outstanding.
Yeah. We were going to give away the shirts, but then I was like, no, the shirts are for the actual Midnight listeners, group members.
Right on.
So the coffee mugs we're going to give away, and they're nice, though. They're nice ceramic black mugs, and they've got our logo. Pretty snazzy little things. I'll get a picture of them, and maybe I'll post it up here.
Totally take one. I'm drinking out of my wife's coffee mugs that have pugs and Pekingese on them, so I'll take a manly man's coffy mug for me anytime.
Manly man's. And of course, you're going to fill that up with Tim Hortons, I hope.
Oh, of course. As soon as they come out to the West Coast, right?
You know, they're coming. I heard that they're in Tampa. I did look them up, and they are. Yes, it is true. Apparently, they have been purchased by Wendy's, the company that owns Wendy's. So there's a partnership there. And I believe if you go to Wendy's now and you order coffee, I believe it is Tim Hortons coffee.
Oh, we got a Wendy's up here. I'll have to check that out. But Starbucks pretty much has a death grip over the Pacific Northwest. Man, it's crazy how many Starbucks are around here. It's just not even funny. It's just it's crazy. I still don't think I've ever drank a cup of Starbucks coffee ever. Yeah,
I don't like it. I never was a fan of Starbucks. I know that that was the chic thing to do, and I don't like mud. I don't like drinking mud.
I don't like paying $5 for a cup of coffee.
Well, on top of that, you're paying $5 for a cup of coffee and you're drinking mud. That's why I love Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons is a working man's coffee.
Well, I love. Plus, Howard Schultz, he's the one that negotiated the Seattle Sonics leaving Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
That guy's on many hit lists probably up here.
That is true. But so tonight, my friend, you actually, and I did not know this, and I've known you for quite a while, and you never shared this story with me. And last night when we were doing the UFO 911 tapes, what did you think about that show? Was that crazy or what?
That was crazy. I've not heard any of those 911 tapes. Those were very interesting to listen to all those. So those people were definitely seeing something, whether it was alien craft or black ops using anti-gravity technology, or they're definitely seeing something, or blue beam. Who knows what they were seeing, but they were definitely seeing and calling into those 911 operators.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially the radar guy. Yeah. But hey, Jeff, I hate to do this to you, bring you on the air and then tell you you're going to have to wait until after the break. because we unfortunately have to take a break. So hang out there, man, for a little bit, for 4 minutes, and then we'll be back and we'll get to your experience, actually your family's experience. But this is the Midnight Ocean radio show and a podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. We'll be back in a few with stories of UFOs and alien abductions. Tonight is call-in night, listener night only.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. You can join me every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. If you are on YouTube, joining us on YouTube, please hit that ever most important submit button. Subscribe, I should say. We appreciate it very much. And if you are listening to us on Facebook, because of Facebook Live, we just started up, thank you. Please make sure that you refeed us or tell your friends about us. That would be so kind of you. Also, if you go to Twitter and you go at the MN Ocean, Now, I will tell you this. Make sure you refeed or share our live feed if you're on Facebook. And I will keep track of who has done that over the week. And the person that's done it the most or shared us the most, we'll reach out to you and send you a very special thank you for that. There you go. There's an incentive for you. Because we know who shares on Facebook. So if you share this live feed on your pages or whatever, and the person who on Friday, and we'll announce who it is on the air live Friday, the person who has shared us the most with the most Facebook users, we will send you a very, very nice thank you gift. But tonight, let's move on with the night, because it's going to be one of those nights. It's going to be long. But tonight, we are talking and taking calls from our listeners. From our listeners only. There is no guest tonight. And tonight's topic is your UFO or alien abduction story or experience. For those that are listening on the air, you can actually Skype us at TMO Listener, or you can give us a call on the phone at 352-388-3900. That's 352-388-3900. Or you can text message us at 786-574-3652. I'll grab those messages during the break. And we'll make sure in the email as well, and make sure we get those on the air. But without haste, let's get back to our good friend Jeff Hayes, who has been waiting patiently on the line. And I do apologize. I didn't mean to bring you on the air to only put you on hold, Jeff. That's kind of rude. That's like broadcasting etiquette 101. Here, hold on. Hey, your call is important to me, but please hold for 4 minutes as we cram advertising. Well, in your case, you get music. You don't get the advertising. You just get the music.
That's it.
And it's good music, though.
It is. I like everything you played, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty good music. And it's all free. It's the best kind. It's good free music.
Yeah, well, you don't get the copyright strikes, right?
Oh, man. Let me tell you about the copyright strikes. Oh, Lord. They've been, we had Ed Roman on the other day, and it's hilarious. They strike me when Ed, now they stop striking me whenever I play his theme songs. But when Ed was on the show, they actually striked me 3 times.
What, his label did or something like that?
No, it's not his label, because I know Michael. I know his management real well. It's CD-Bay. It's a company that's out there that's in charge of that. But it's hilarious because because we kept on saying, hey, look, we got permission. Here's the show. Blah, 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 blah. Go back and listen to it. And I didn't have any problems. Well, the night that he was on the show and I played his 3 songs, the 2 that we normally play, I Am Love and Wolfman. And then I also played the other one that he did. Sure enough, I got a copyright strike.
Oh, jeez.
And it was funny because I'm on, so I'm typing up because, come on, I got YouTube to the right. So I'm typing up the thing saying, look, did you not even listen to who I was talking to? I played the guy's music that was on. So, of course, it hasn't been removed yet. But Then last night, apparently, I got 2 copyright strikes because there was a little background music that bled through when I was doing the editing. Yeah, it bled through, and I caught that, but yeah, we just removed it. But yeah, it's wow. It's crazy how they're able to pick that stuff out. It's insane. That algorithm is pretty intense.
With the voice recognition technology, they figure out the song. They see if you're using the regular artist or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, because you can actually play the music from a different artist and it still picks it up.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy technology. Big Brother everywhere. But that's not that's another topic for another night. Tonight. Now, you dropped a bomb on me last night. Talking about music, but when you said your family had an experience, go tell. Can you share with us what you feel comfortable sharing, my friend?
Yeah, it was my parents had so let me set a little bit of backstory to this for sure, because I think Jeff, this. In my personal opinion, I think this has to do with these books I'm writing about the New World Order, trying to wake people up and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, my parents were 18 years old in 1964 when they met and got married, which is what you did back then. You met someone when you're 18 and you get married.
Yeah.
So they went through the 60s together, and my parents weren't real. I don't think they were real political minded, but they're more liberal, more hippie-ish kind. They're like, yeah, man, this whole going through the 60s, and I was born in 1970, so they're going through the 60s. They go, man, this world is just messed up. Vietnam War, just all the turmoil in the 60s. So they made a pact basically not long or into the 60s. They're like, we don't think we want to have kids and bring them into this crappy world because it's just getting bad and it's getting worse, and it's just going to keep getting worse. And just like we're at today, it's way worse than it was even back in the 60s.
Yeah.
And so anyway,
I want to stop you right there because I want to. There's some that you just said that I have to respond to, and I know this is kind of out of the thing, but you said back then parents were going, I don't want to raise children and bring them into this world, under this turmoil, right? It goes to show you the how we have changed as a society, how we've gotten actually worse. Because most parents are like, I'm too busy to bring kids in. I don't want it because it's going to affect my life. Here back then, parents were still thinking about their kids and the well-being and the kids' future, where now kids they're thinking about how this is going to affect their career, their life, their ability to make income. Yeah, it's just, and like I said, I didn't mean to stop you, but you said something there that just
income and blah 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 just to even get by. It's just we're in the downward spiral for sure.
Yeah.
But anyway, so they decided, they could see the writing on the wall that the world is obviously getting worse like clockwork, and so they decided not to have kids in the late 60s, and so that's where they were. So I was never supposed to be born. So one night they're coming back. They lived in Seattle, where I live close to Seattle today. They come back to Seattle from Spokane, where most of my family is from and still lives. And they're coming back real late one night from Spokane to Seattle driving. They didn't tell neither one of them told me. Oh, my mom's passed, by the way, so I'm going. She told me about the stuff before she passed, and my dad has told me the same story, and their stories matched up. And they did not get along after they got divorced, but they told me the exact same story, so I totally believe it, and my dad still totally swears by it today. Mm-hmm. They're driving back on I-90, which is the main highway between Seattle and Spokane, and they're coming over Snoqualmie Pass, which is the Cascade Range, just like 40-50 miles due east of Seattle. And they crest the pass. And they're coming, doing the coming down towards Seattle off the top of the pass, and there's nobody on the highway, and all of a sudden they're driving along, doing 60, 70, whatever. And all of a sudden, the power in the car just dies. Everything dies. Motor, electrical, lights, just like the battery or the alternator just blew up or something. Just totally dead. They coast to the side of the road, side of the highway. There's nobody around, and they're just looking at each other like, what's going on? What's going on? So my dad gets out. He's checking the battery, checking this, that, and everything seems okay. And then they're just sitting there, trying the lights, nothing's working. They're sitting there for a few minutes, and then all of a sudden, it's just like, blue, electrical comes back on. And they're like, whoa, what's going on? So like, okay, that's kind of weird. So I get in the car and start driving down the pass towards Seattle. And in between Seattle and the pass, so Colony Pass, you've got a couple towns. One's called Issaquah, and then one closer to the pass is called North Bend, and that's where I live today. Mm-hmm. I lived all over Washington State, and I lived in, somehow things ended up where I live in North Bend today. So they're coming down the pass, and all of a sudden they're coming up on the town, and it's Issaquah. And they had completely bypassed North Bend on somewhere in their travels. Basically the car had moved about 20 miles without them knowing, without them just knowing what's going on. They completely bypassed this town and about 20 miles of highway, and they're just looking at each other like, what the heck's going on? And so anyway, then they took that, Jeff, as a sign for whatever reason that they needed to have kids. And it's just the weirdest thing.
So hold on. So first thing, I want to back up. So your father, your mom. So they were driving through this. How remote is this area that they were driving through? Is it pretty remote? Is it?
Back in the day, I mean, it's I-90. It's the main highway between Seattle and Spokane which is the main highway between the other side of the state. So it's, but back in the late 60s, this was in 1969.
Yeah, so it wasn't that.
Not like it is today.
Nothing like it is today. And at night, it was pretty desolate, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. Because they said nobody was around. Nobody came by. Nothing was, there's nothing while they were sitting on the side of the highway there, and they just thought they were there for a few minutes. But I think he said that they had like a 2 to 3 hour missing time in there, where they thought there was just they get up and start the car coming into Issaquah. They just thought it was like 20 minutes from the time that the car died, but it had been a couple 3 hours, and there was 20 miles. The car and them had been moved 20 miles closer to Seattle from when they're at. They totally, you had to go through North Bend back then, and there's a stoplight on I-90, and they just bypassed all of it and were somehow teleported. I don't know what happened. Right at the coming into Issaquah. So they missed about 20 miles of highway, and I live today right on that freeway where they had that missing space, that 20 miles of missing road. I live right on in that stretch today, right next to I-90. It's the weirdest.
Well, we're gonna talk about that because I think there might be a correlation here, but I do want to back up. So they didn't speculate. They didn't. I got to ask the standard questions. Being young, being somewhat hippies, were they smokers? Were they?
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. My dad was.
Okay.
I think he still is too.
Well, but that's nothing wrong with that. I mean, because that actually, to me, what that does is that allows your mind to be open, right? I mean, and
my mom is not. My mom was not a smoker at all. So she was like stone cold. I mean, I think they were both totally straight when all this is going on. Because they're driving back. It's midnight on a highway. I don't think they're my mind altered for sure, or at least I know my mom wasn't at that time.
Well, so. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've had times where I've been driving and I go, "What? How the heck did I get here?" Yeah. Because you're on autopilot, and it's usually like places that you go to all the time, and it's just like vroom, you're there, and it's like, "How the heck did I get here?" And the other thing, that whole time, I don't know. I find it like if I've never been somewhere ever. The driving to it is shorter than the time that if I have been there a couple times, it gets longer.
Oh, totally.
I've had that happen like in excitement. It's kind of like doing this radio show when you're engaged into something. And especially we do it all the time with people that get seasick on the boat. We will put them to work and we'll keep their minds going, and it keeps them off of getting seasick. That's the secret of not getting seasick on a boat, people. Be working, do something, whatever it is. I had an old captain buddy when that night that we're coming back from Muskegon and got caught up in that storm, I was throwing up everywhere. I mean, we were getting rocked, and Mike he knew exactly what to do. He's an expert, and he had me, and it was funny because I didn't know what the heck he was doing, but he had me reading out the instruments because he was like, I can't see the instruments, so read them out to me, the headings. And these are huge racing sailboats that have huge instruments on them because you got to be able to see them from all angles. And that didn't dawn on me, but what he was doing, he was keeping my mind off of getting seasick. And so that's the trick. But I've had times where, like I said on this show, where things have just flown. Now I'm in front of a video camera, so I don't think I've been abducted during that time.
You're not missing 20 miles of highway, 2 hours, and your car get power go out. Right?
That must now what? So after that event, did they? I mean, obviously. So right after that event, that your mother had an urge to have you.
No, they just both looked at each other and said, "I think we're supposed to have a kid now." And they went, and so a week after that, they went camping up on Mount Rainier. And, they do what people do. And my mom got pregnant 1 week later, with me up on, not on top of Mount Rainier, but they went camping up on Mount Rainier. So a week later after this event, she was, pregnant with me.
Wow. Have you ever had your DNA tested?
No.
I know you probably don't want to do that because of the New World Order stuff that goes along with that.
Yeah, I know I got a lot of Irish and, German and, Norwegian in me.
You might have something else, my friend.
Yeah, some Nephilim.
You might have some Nephilim in you or something.
I hope not. I wouldn't have some
reptoid. You might have some. No, but I mean, we sit and we laugh about that. But people have these experiences all the time, and and we can't tell. And I used to kind of chuckle it off, to be honest with you, to absent-mindedness. And like I just said to you about, well, I do this show, it's 4 hours long and it will fly through. And I'm like, where'd the hours go? Because you're engaged, you're intense, and time is dilated at that point and everything. But it was, I had Lori McDonald. Did you listen to that show? I know you've been working on your book.
That, on a rerun.
Yeah, so Lori was on the show, and I had an experience. I'm going to share that with everybody, and I'm going to share the text and the email that I sent her after the following day. So people, I have it, and it because I wanted to make sure it was very well documented and everything. So now getting back, enough about me. Let's talk about you for a while. So getting back, it's a song, isn't it? But yeah.
I got a good story about getting seasick if you want to hear that one.
Well, no. I want to go back to what made you choose where you live now. What was the decision-making process there?
It was just a natural. So I was born in Seattle, moved over to Ellensburg, which is on the other side of the mountains. Moved back in the late 70s. My dad had work over here, lived over on Bainbridge Island, which is the other way from Seattle where I'm at now. And then there's nothing over there really, so I moved back over to Seattle side for work, excuse me, after high school, and then slowly started migrating east. I lived in Issaquah for quite a few years, over a decade, and then now I moved out to North Bend, where I've been here for about 13 or 14 years. So something just kind of just like a tractor beam pulled me back to this area for some reason. My brother lives in this town now. So I don't know, man. We're just a bunch of odd things going on. And then working on those books and stuff was another kind of just a weird. It's almost like I was put here to write that dang book, Jeff.
Well, no, I agree. I think you were. I mean, there's no doubt about it because I mean your books and we've talked about this offline and we talked about it online. Your books are written in such a way that they're very easy to read, and that's a gift. I mean, most people that delve into the topic of the New World Order and the Satanism and satanic and all of that, I don't know. Most of them are kind of exaggerated, I would say, or you kind of go, yeah, right. You roll your eyes, but your books are it's one of those books where you start reading it I'd equate it to like a James Patterson or something like that, where you start reading it and you just can't, or Clive Klossler, where you can't put it down. You have to read it from start to finish. So it's kind of, and that's a gift. I mean, to be able to write that way. And you didn't go to college as a writer. You didn't go to college as a journalist. And I know how we've had this discussion, how you do your research. It just comes to you. Some of this stuff comes to you. So who knows, man? Who knows?
Well, hopefully we'll see what happens. I'm signed up with the biggest book distributor in the world right now, and I'm supposed to be coming out in their catalog next month. Their Mind, Body, and Spirit catalog with a full page ad for my paperback version of my book, which I've never really promoted because I just didn't know how. But I finally hooked up with some people, so things might be moving and shaking for me starting in November, but I'll keep you in the loop for sure on that.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, let me know if anything crazy happens, man, if you see any other lights. Now, we've had this conversation, and you said that you've never seen anything, any lights, any UFOs, nothing in the sky ever.
The only thing I did see something one time when I used to be a lead singer for a heavy metal band in Seattle in the mid-90s, and we were playing an outdoor show, and everybody was looking up all day. There's a silver sphere up in the sky. It was almost directly over us, but it was there all day. It wasn't a balloon or anything, because it was not moving, it was not moving. It'd move over one way, come back the other. This is the mid-90s, so technology today is way better than back then. So it wasn't a drone. It just looked like it's just a silver sphere up on the sky. That's the only time I've ever seen a quote-unquote UFO, because we never did figure out what it was. But it was definitely like silver, metallic, a sphere, and we couldn't tell exactly how high up it was. We didn't know how big it was, but it just hung out all day while us and these other bands were playing. I don't know if it was watching us or listening.
It was Paul. I heard that he likes heavy metal.
I loved it more back then than today for sure. But it's definitely the devil's music, man.
Yeah. Well, have you watched that UFO? One of my favorite movies is Paul, Seth Rogen's show, Paul, about the alien.
Oh, yeah.
And stuff. Yeah, it was pretty. You got to watch it. If you haven't seen it, you have to watch it. And, I don't want to put light, because we're actually going to get pretty serious here. I've got some recordings that will disturb you. These recordings, these are alien abductions. These are guys who have gone back through regression, hypnotherapy regressions. And these recordings were provided to me. And they are pretty scary stuff, but we'll make sure we give out the warnings ahead of time.
Hey, can I plug my book while I'm on
it? You can't. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Well, it is a series I'm working on. It's intended to explain every single intricate aspect of the New World Order, as long as we're around long enough. So, but I got my first book, Rise of the New World Order, The Culling of Man. And the second book is Rise of the World Order 2, The Awakening. I've got those books on Amazon, the iStore, all the usual places. But I'm definitely working on this series of books. I'm working on a third book right now. My outline's changing yet again. I'm taking stuff out, adding stuff, but that's just how these books go. I'll work on it, think, and then not work on it, think about stuff, come back, do something different with it. So, but hopefully I'll have it out in about a year. So. In the meantime, we'll see what happens with this new distributor next month. So hopefully big things will start popping for it. So
I hope, brother. I really, it's a great series of books. And if you are interested in the New World Order, I'm surprised and I appreciate you taking time, because I'm surprised you're not watching the debate, to be honest with you.
Oh, it's just a circus sideshow, the whole thing.
Is it real? Sandy came in, she goes, "You want me to record it?" I'm like, "Yeah, whatever."
Yeah, exactly.
So, and talk about sideshows. I stayed up last night. I got trolled by Assange. I stayed up last night waiting for the document dump, like most reporters and people in the industry do. And of course, it was like,
instead of getting rickrolled, it was like Assange rolled or something.
Yeah, we did. We got trolled by Assange. But oh well. That's another, like I said, another topic for another night. So But I appreciate you coming on and sharing your story with us. You take care of yourself. Hey, look at that. Perfect timing for the segment. So we're kicking into our break here. But take care, Jeff. So you're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. If you'd like to tell your story, you can. I'm going to go ahead and just leave the lines up during the break. No, I can't, actually. I don't have that on the deck. But we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. I'd love to hear from you. Please Skype us or give us a call at 352-388-3900. That's 352-388-3900. We'll be back in a few.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Join us on the web every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or join us on the live right here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. So for those that are joining us for the very first time on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button. That helps us out tremendously. Now, one of the cool things that we're doing right now, we're testing it out, kicking the tires, I would say, is that we are feeding live to Facebook. That's right. We are feeding live to Facebook. So if you like, or if you like the Midnight Ocean on the Facebook page, you can go there right now to the Midnight Ocean page and see the show live as you're Facebooking. Now, one of the cool things that we're going to do there to kind of help get the word out, and I'd prefer to give you something than give Facebook or YouTube something, i.e. money. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to give you money, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to run a very special, it's not a contest. We're going to do this every week. We have some limited edition items, logos. Cool. We don't sell them in a store. We actually use those for our guests, for you guys. We get, autographed copies of books, things of that nature. And what better way to reward and say thank you than to share that stuff with you guys? So this is what we're going to do. Every week, the counter resets. And I've already see you guys are out there sharing us with other pages. That's awesome. Thank you very much. But that's how we grow. That's how we grow these shows. So I'm telling you, if you guys are out on Facebook with Facebook Live, share the show. What I will do is I will accumulate the shares, who it was, because it does tell me, Facebook does say so-and-so shared your video, blah, 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 right? I will accumulate those. The person that has done the most shares at the end of the week on Friday, we will announce who that person is live on the air. We will contact you, and we're going to send you a very special thank you. This is not, like I said, this is, it could be anything. Right? Who knows? But you're going to enjoy it. That or you just put it on eBay, sell it, make money. But we'll send you a very special thank you. That's our way of saying thank you for sharing us with the rest of the world. Now, those individuals who do not use Facebook, I'm sorry. I have no way of tracking. What you did. Now, we were talking about setting up an affiliate link, but that's just way too much work. Not too much work. It's too much work for you guys. Keep track of all that stuff. So we're not going to do that. But if you're out there on Facebook, most of you guys are, and those that aren't, I'm sorry that you can't participate because there's just no way of tracking it. But you individuals that are out on Facebook, for those that share our video, our live stream the most with other groups and everything, we will accumulate that and we will send it to you. We'll send you a very special gift, a thank you. So tonight's topic is kind of, and I will have to warn you for those that have young children who are listening to the show. And I know some of you guys do. You might be playing it in the background or whatever. This is something that you probably don't want to hear or have them hear. This is disturbing stuff. It's real, though. This is real. We have vetted this information, and what we're going to share with you here in a few minutes is very real. Now, we have different qualities of audio. We have some that are good, some that are bad. Some of them, the English is not that great. I'll try to interject when I can to kind of give you a little bit of clarity. These are traumatic events for these people. We're talking about alien abductions. And so you can imagine these are actual recordings from the therapy sessions of these abductees. So you're going to see a wide range of emotion here. And the way that this is going to work, because we still want to hear from you. So what we'll do is I've got the Skype lines open, the Skype TMO listener. You can call us on the phone line at 352-388-3900, or you can SMS, text us, or email us at listener.themidnightocean@gmail.com. And I know that Sentinel has put that up there in the chat rooms, and I appreciate that, Sentinel. Thank you very much. So you can reach out to us during that. What we will do is, because the show is still about you and your experiences, so when I get a call in or whatever, I will place you on hold, and then I will feed you in to the feed. Just bear with me. Just bear with me. I'll get a natural pause that kind of makes sense, and we'll get you in on the feed. But we would love to hear from you. But until then, what I want to do is let's go ahead and queue up our first audio. Now, this is some pretty. This is an alien abductee that was put under hypnosis. Pretty disturbing stuff, I will have to say. And John, so John's in the chat room. And I have a different take on alien abductions and UFOs. John, give us a call. You can give us a call at 352-388-3900. Love to hear from you. Or you can join us on the Skype line at TMO Listener. I'd love to hear what your take is. I do too. I wonder if these aliens are actual interdimensional entities. That is something that I've always wondered. But tonight is all about you guys. I'm going to keep the lines up, or the phone numbers up on the screen as we play these audio clips. And I got to warn you. I really have to warn you that there are some disturbing things here. So if you have young ears, or if you are afraid of these types of conversations, you have been warned.
Okay, John, in a moment, dealing with your subconscious now, I'm going to ask you to go back to that first incident, the first time that you had an encounter that you remember. Okay now. Okay, right. So you're moving back there now. Okay, I want you to know. Are you there now? Okay, what is it you see, John?
No. What is it? What is it? Hey! It's time!
Okay, John, what is it you see? Bugs. How big are these bugs, John?
Bigger than me.
Bigger than you. Okay. How old are you, John?
3.
3 years old. Okay. Is there another name? Who was the other name you mentioned?
William.
William. Who is William?
My brother.
How old is William?
He's 4.
Is William with you now?
Yes.
Okay. And what's happening?
They're watching.
They're watching.
Yes. They come through the window. Get it, man. No.
Okay, John, I want you to relax. Okay. Just relax. Okay. John, I want you to... Your teddy's with you? Okay. Your teddy's with you? Okay. Your teddy's... It's okay. Just relax. Breathe easy. Okay. Your teddy's going to help you. Just relax. Okay. He won't be harmed. Okay? He won't be harmed. Okay? But he's gonna... Okay, where are they taking you now?
I have a beam. Oh, in the bright room.
In the bright room? Is William with you?
He's on the other table.
Are you on the table?
Yes.
What's happening?
He's hitting me.
They're hurting you. What are they doing?
He's sticking things in me. That was right. It's cold.
What's cold?
Everything's cold. It's cold.
Okay, is there anybody who else is there beside you and William?
Cold ones as well. They have hoods. They're bugs. They look like bugs.
How many of them are there?
3 big ones, 4 little ones. The little ones hold.
The little ones are old.
Hold.
Hold? Huh? Oh, they're holding. Okay, just relax, John.
It's still trying to stick up to my throat. Take it out.
Okay, John, what's happening now?
I'm taking my thing out my throat so I couldn't breathe.
Alright. What do they say? Are they saying anything or communicating anything to you, John?
They're showing me nice things.
They're showing you nice things. What kind of nice things?
Beach.
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 Okay. And what are the thoughts going through your mind when they show you
Mummy.
your mother?
Mummy.
Yeah.
And
What else?
let me touch my brother. He's as scared as I am.
Alright. Could you explain why you're here?
Help humanity.
To help humanity? In what way? Do you know? You don't know. Okay, I want you to go forward to the next significant incident, John. What's happening now?
I'm reading.
Sorry?
I'm reading.
You're reading.
I'm feeling.
Are you reading? And what kind of things are you reading?
Animal Encyclopedia.
How can you read, John?
16.
You're 16? And you instantly changed to 16?
Yes.
What things are you reading in the encyclopedia?
Cheetahs.
Cheetahs.
Yes.
Why are you reading cheetahs?
The page I was off.
Okay.
The page I was.
Okay, what's happening?
I just got this funny feeling. Horrible. Like an electric shock all over me.
Are you with others or alone?
Laying at the moment. Just going stiff. I'm awake. What are you doing here? Come. I don't want to come. No. I'm not ready to die. I don't want to come. I'm not coming.
Who's asking you to come?
Mum.
Is your mom alive?
No. Oh. I'll deal with that.
What's happening now?
Oh. The push button to the back and they're coming forward. I hate these bastards. Keep coming to get me.
How many times have they come for you?
5.
5 times.
I hate it. Just handle it now. Horrible.
You understand why they're coming for you?
Yes.
Why are they coming for you?
Genetic material. So they say. An information transfer.
What kind of information transfer?
Cellular. Memory and genetic.
Transfer to you or from you?
Both.
What's the transfer to you all about?
Future.
Future? Future what?
Future us. Future them. Intermingling. Where we came from, why we're here. They're picking me up. They're not touching me. They levitate. They carry me out the window. I'm fighting. Is that Ted? They have me through the front window. Cross the road into the ship.
How big is the ship, huh?
30 feet in diameter. There, roughly. 3 levels.
Which level are they taking you to?
Bottom level. Oh,
What's happening now?
oh. I'm sticking a big needle in my side. Oh. You bastards! Get up. Yes. They didn't me any harm. You bloody hurt. Ugly bastards. Don't use me bloody mother. Put me back home. Put me back home.
So they used your mother? In what way?
They have the capacity to use spirit to help calm. They've used her up to 11. It's not working anymore. See through it underneath it out.
Is your mother aware of being used in this way?
Yes.
How does she feel about it?
He says she's sorry.
Okay, who else is there with you, John?
2 other people, I don't know them.
Are they humans?
Male and female.
How old are they?
Lady looks old, 45. The man's about my age. That's right again.
What age are you now?
16. This is another big genetic material. This is something that hurt me. They're taking shit out of me.
John, I just want you to realize. Just move away from it. Just observe it rather than being part of it. I want you to observe it from a distance. Okay? John, I just want you to realize. Power of observation. Who else is there? Is there any? In terms of other beings, what kind of beings are there?
3 kinds of beings. They're different this time. Not the same being.
They're not the same beings as before.
No. Some are the same. The small bugs are still there. But the taller ones are telling me Elohim.
You say their name is the Elohim.
Yes.
And who are the 11?
The creators.
The creators of?
Humans. We're in for an upgrade. Oh, part of an upgrade. Humans in for an upgrade. Evolution hasn't gone the way that humans think it has. It doesn't slowly go, it goes bang. That's there. Part of it.
You asked them how many people are part of that program, John?
Two-thirds.
2/3 of humanity?
Yes. Varying degrees.
How many are directly being involved with this program? In terms of abduction?
1/3.
1/3.
Yeah.
They're saying that 1/3 of humans
Yes.
get involved in an abduction program?
Yes.
In the current, of all the people on Earth, 1/3 have been involved.
Yes. These chemical gateways to block the memory. What? My accident's broken the gateway. I had an accident 6 months ago. It nearly killed me. I opened the gateway and they can't close it. They can't close it properly. I'm starting to remember. I'm seeing things I shouldn't. And they're helping me. They saved me.
Who saved you?
He's telling me we saved you.
This related to your accident?
Yes. I should have died.
Okay, John, I want you to go to the end of this experience with them. Just relax. Calm down there. Just move away from it.
So we're coming up on a break, and so I wanted to stop there and kind of address some of the things that are being said in the chat. Yeah, John in the chat room on YouTube is talking about these being demonic. We had Lori McDonald on the show last week, and she does a lot of. She's actually listed as a MUFON regression therapist. Great conversation that we had. If you haven't listened to that, go back. It was last Friday. And one of the things that we did talk about is demons and these grays and her experience. She's had experience with both. And the part that concerned me, or actually terrified me, gave me pause, was the fact that she said that she would rather deal with a demonic entity than a gray. She would rather deal with a demonic entity versus a gray any day. And that is concerning, to say the least. I mean, it is that should be very concerning for anybody to hear that, because I did not expect to hear that at all. But it is what it is. So going back to your statement, John, I believe that these are interdimensional beings. These are beings that are there all along, but they have found a way to slip between dimensions. And it only takes a little bit of phase shift. And that's why I'm trying to get Dr. John Hutchinson, the Hutchinson effect on, because he's an expert at this stuff, some of these things. He hasn't done interviews in a long time, but we're reaching out to him and seeing if he can get on the show and talk about phase shifting and how it does work. But what a show. I don't know I warned you. Pretty disturbing stuff. And Obviously, we're going to take a break. When we get back, the way this is going to work tonight is we would still love to hear from you, our listeners. So when we get back, we'll put the Skype lines on. We'll take our quick break, but when we get back, we'll continue this session, this recording. It gets worse, but it's scary stuff. You're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Join us here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Like I said, tonight is all about you, the listener, as we talk about UFO and alien abductions.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
fun as I tried to queue up, get you guys some information on some shows. Now, I've always said half of the conversation is in the chat room. And it's, look, I'm glad to see people actually using the chat room for what it was intended for. And I really, really do appreciate it, guys. And, a good segue, though, I think is every once in a while we need to be reminded about the chat room. We have 2 rules in chat. And the first rule in chat is no personal attacks. Personal attacks, you're gone. Second rule in chat is if you respond to said a personal attack, you are gone too. Our monitors are watching, and we are going to be monitoring that extensively to make sure that doesn't happen. We want all. I don't care what your beliefs are. I really don't. Just be respectful. That's the whole idea with having a conversation and such. But I'm learning. I learned something there in chat. Get over there in the chat room, guys. Half the conversation is in the chat room. I am being educated by our listeners. So John was talking about SRA, which is satanic ritual abuse. Which and what happened? The reason why we got the double feed because I was trying to find an interview that I did a while back with Patricia Boyer. She is a survivor of sexual abuse. And during that show, if you guys haven't had, that was actually done on August 30th, I believe, thereabouts. Get a listen to it. She's written children's books on how to deal with sexual abuse and how to work with children who have been abused. And then, of course, she's written adult books as well. But during that interview, we had an individual who called in. A very powerful interview. A very powerful interview. And she was actually in satanic ritual abuse case. It was horrible. And I know that Patricia and her have been in contact with each other and working things out. But she tells her story. And it's from that story that I said, look, I can't ask my audience and my callers to be honest until I get honest as well. So, I've shared things about my past with you guys in past shows. And it was because of that show that I felt compelled to do that. So, yes, I don't know this gentleman. I don't know the gentleman's backstory for those that are just joining us. Tonight is our UFO and Alien Abduction listener line. And so what we're doing is that we are playing regression therapies from those individuals who have been abducted, and we're mixing that with our listeners' personal experiences. And like I said, if you'd like to join into the conversation, please feel free to contact us. We have our Skype line open, and we also have a call-in line, and we'd love for you to call in. Tonight's show is all about you, our guests. So feel free to call in. Once again, I'm going to put those up there. The Skype line is TMO Listener. The phone number is 352-388-3900. And you can also send us a text message at 786-574-3652. But I appreciate it. Join in, and you will take precedent. But until then, we are listening to a gentleman who is under hypnotherapy, and some will say that he is demon possessed, and this is an offset of that. These images are offsets. One of the things too, I also want to talk about this because we had Laura McDonald, and she's a very well-known regression hypnotherapist. She is the one of only a handful that MUFON calls during these instances. And I did ask her about the creative mind, and she said that when you are under a true hypno regression or under the therapy, that actually bypasses your creative mind, believe it or not. And so one of the things is, are these stories made up? I was pretty hard on her on Friday. She come on the show Friday, and we actually we actually became very close at the end of the show. But and I will tell you that I started right off the bat, man. I hit her with the double whammy and just asked her, said, how much of this is like people just creating this stuff? And she said, no, that's actually detached. It's been, they've done the charting of the brain where your creative thought processes happen. And that's the thing about these regression therapies. These people, these are thoughts that these people truly believe. You can agree or disagree with them, but these individuals who are here believe that this truly happened to them, and it's tragic. And it's tragic. But if you'd like to join in the conversation, please give us a call at 352-388-3900. Love to get you on the line. If you have Skype, you can go TMO listener. That's the other thing, too, is that we also, if you haven't done so, if you're listening to us on your cellular device, your smartphone, we do have an Apple app and we have an Android app. Just click on the link there at the very beginning at the menu on the right-hand side, download it, and you can listen to all of our shows. All of our shows, including our live shows there. So let's get back at it because we've got a lot to cover. But if you would like to give us a call, please feel free to do that, and we will fit you in as soon as we can.
Okay, I want you to move now to the next most significant event associated with alien beings.
Yes.
Okay, moving there now, and you're there now. How old are you now, Joe?
44.
What are you doing?
Smoking on the balcony. Before I go to bed. Looking over the Padmar Hills street lights. Oh, there they are. They're here. They've come back. Ooh. They're here. Alright. Sorry.
What are they telling you, Joe?
They're telling me to go and tell Stephanie my friend's here, and I'll be for a while. And I'll finish my need to go and finish my smoke. And I've got my friend outside, not talking to him. Stephanie knows of my mission time.
What is the day?
July 23rd July.
And year?
There's 7.
Sorry, John, what year?
7.
Oh, 7.
Yes. You'll come. He wants me to go with him for a little ride.
Who's talking to you now, John?
Yes.
Who is the person? Armistice? And who is Armistice?
My saviour. My guide.
You called him your savior.
Yes.
In what way?
He's the man I first met at 16. Elohim. Very nice. Beautiful person. Full of love.
Your relationship with these people seems to have changed a lot, John, since you were 16.
Yes. Yes. They've imparted a lot of information onto me. And me back to them. I've helped on the grand scheme of things. And it's just about time for the unveiling.
What is the unveiling, John?
The genetic upgrade of the human being. The Star Children. The fight. The war.
What fight? What war?
The war for the control of humanity. It's what you call good and evil. There are more than one entity out there. And for us to survive and surpass, I have to help these. I have to help the Elohim upgrade us very, very, very quickly. Within 2 to 3 generations. I'm the 2nd generation. My son's 3rd. Transfer of information. I'm not allowed to know it yet. We're back. Oh, look at that. He's left me smoke burning. Good man. How many times gone by? The smoke's almost where I left it. Hey, darling. I'm back. Yeah. I wasn't I just said me smoke. Yeah, he was there briefly. Oh. That's right.
Okay, talking to your subconscious, John, are there any other incidents that you want to recall at this point?
Simplified. Just don't worry about it, darling. It's alright. It's alright. We're protected.
Okay, can you tell me what's happening?
Stephanie's seen what she called a really big orb outside. It's the other side's disc in flight, in cloak.
You're saying is this an energy orb?
Yes.
How big is it?
200, 300 feet. Diameter, big as the moon.
What's the year?
2008.
And the date?
March. 12 March.
So what's this orb represent to you?
Being watched.
Why was it important for Stephanie to see it?
I was supposed to see it too. She called me, but I was too long.
She saw it, but she didn't.
Yes. Nothing to worry about. They can't hurt us. They're too strong.
Who is they?
Zeta Reticulates. You know them as the Greys. They formed an alliance here on Earth with certain parties. It's alright. Everything will be alright. Let them do their damage. We'll fix it. The new human will have power beyond anything we've ever known. If need be, our food will be light and sound. We'll be able to levitate. We'll live for up to 5,000 years. And we'll be telepathic. When this kicks in, it will be quick. The time is near. What you once called angels, and now call aliens, are all real. We've been here for your whole lifetime. It's time for you to join the stars. It's time for the bad to leave and the good in humanity to come out. It's time to rise.
Hey John, do you think it would be advantageous at this point to channel your guide Armistice?
Already here.
You're already here, Armistice?
Yes.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
How long have you been with us?
20 minutes.
Okay, so most of the messages we've heard in the last 20 minutes have come from you?
Partly.
Partly. Perhaps you could explain why you mix John's consciousness with yours when you're delivering messages.
It's a very complex system. Our energy is too strong for human. It takes a long time and many years of backward-forwards exchange of information. And we find it's easy to use people who have the chemical gateways open through near-death experience or some traumatic event that opens the chemical gate and makes it easier for us to receive in the way John does.
Is there any other general message you'd like to deliver at this point?
Humanity. Can accomplish far greater and are able to accomplish far greater than they give themselves credit for. They need to start thinking out of the box and let themselves be free. Let their minds be free. Let their conscience be free.
Do you have any specific messages for our invited guests tonight that might lend some credibility? Some personal message for either Pete or Martin or Mark.
One of you seen something. The other one will see something. Maybe us. Maybe them. One of you is going to tell John something tomorrow that you never thought you'd tell him. And when you do, you'll be surprised. There's nothing significant. This matter's not. The work that I need to do is already done. I'm doing this because I was asked. When I asked John, did he want to do it? He seemed not to care either way. But with his moral grounding, he feels that the world needs to know. Well, we don't need you to know. Not everybody will have the experience. Not everybody will remember the experience. Not everybody's meant to know we exist. Except for John's persistence. At this point in time, he wouldn't have really known we existed. As I've said once before, he's a stubborn bugger.
Are you happy to address questions from Pete?
It matters neither way. If I can answer, I will, without endangering John. Yes.
Thank you.
Bye.
So this is actually a good spot to stop in as we're coming up to the top of the hour. But this is the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. Tonight's show is a little bit unique for us, like those that are just joining us, kind of give you guys a little bit of background. Those that are, coming from the debate, from watching the debate tonight. What we are doing is that we're taking live calls on the air. Hence the numbers to your, or to the side there, to your right. About alien abductions and UFO experiences. So if you have an alien abduction or a UFO experience, or if you want to comment on what you are hearing tonight, please feel free to give us a shout. You can call us on Skype at TMO Listener, or you can give us a call at 352-388-3900. That's 352-388-3900. Or, of course, you can SMS text message us. That was provided by Live Ninja at 786-574-3652. And right now what we're doing is we're listening to a gentleman. His name's John. He is under hypnotic therapy, regression therapy. It scared me for a second, the music in my ears. And you are listening to that session live here on the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. And it looks like that they're going to be changing interviewers, I should say. John is still under, and there are going to be a series of questions coming. But this is the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. Join us here live every night from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. More to come.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean as we are at the top of our watch here as we sail through the evening. Wow, tonight's turning out to be a very entertaining show. I am learning a lot from the chat room there in YouTube. My southern kicked in as I get a little sleepy, a little tired. I had to take a little quick break and get myself some Tim Hortons coffee, the best coffee you can ever drink. If you're within 500 miles of a Tim Hortons, I highly suggest that you take a little divergence, get up there, get yourself some dark roast and a Danish. And no, Tim Horton does not sponsor the show at all. They should. Maybe you guys should, my listeners. I've tried to contact them just to get permission to use their logo on the show off the cup. And they haven't responded. So maybe you guys ought to call their customer service and let them know about us. And make sure that you tell them so when they finally do contact us that it was because of you, because there will be a very special gift in the mailbox on its way to you for that. So I know a lot of you guys are joining us from the debate. I hope it was everything that you expected it to be. You know, I'm getting to the point now with these politics. If you ever remember the old Charlie Brown? Can I say Charlie Brown when they get a YouTube strike against me? Do they have like keyword search on that? The old Charlie Brown with the school teacher. Wah, 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 wah. That is how I feel about this whole political season. Right now, the only person I trust is me and my family. That's the only people that are responsible for me. Is me and my family. The rest of it is ancillary. And we shouldn't laugh, though. We are, the war drums are beaten. And with the United Nations, with the U.S. stepping away from the United Nations talks there over Syria and the ceasefire, and then we say, and of course, here we are saying, we'll take it to the next level. Well, what is that? Mr. President, the Congress and the people have already said they don't want to go to war with anybody over Syria. Let them work it out amongst themselves. Let the Saudis invade Syria if they want those pipelines so much. So, enough of that. That's not the topic for the night. The topic of the night is UFO and aliens. I'm going to try to get you distracted from the world news a little bit tonight. And we are talking about your UFO and alien experience. If you have had a UFO or an alien experience and you would like to share it with us here live on the air, don't be bashful. We're not going to make fun of you. Audio only. It is audio only. You can Skype us at TMO Listener or give us a call at 352-388-3900. Love to hear from you on your UFO or alien experience. If you don't believe in UFOs or aliens, I know there's a couple in the chat room that say, it sounds like some new agey stuff. Give us a call. Love to hear from you. I'd love to hear why you don't believe in them. Maybe it might be entertaining. Now, one of the things, too, is we mentioned chat. I do see some new listeners coming in chat. We have two rules if you want to use our chat room. The first rule is no personal attacks, or you will be gone, and no responses to those personal. I know that's the hardest thing that we can do is not respond to someone when they're attacking. I get it. You can respond, but do it on your page or do it on your... Don't respond on mine, because we will boot you as well. That's it. That's all we really ask. It's very simple. If you'd like to communicate with us, if you don't want to talk to us on chat or you don't want to give us a call, you can send us a private text message by texting 786-574-3652. Love to hear from you. Like I said, you can text us at 888-574-3652. Welcome, Dante. I haven't done this in a while. Maybe I need to. Sorry, and I don't mean to be rude, but welcome, Dante, to the show. Underground Possums, of course. You guys are, John, you've been outstanding in the chat room. Thank you for all of your great information. You guys in chat. I know that we had a few other people here. Want to say, Kim, welcome. Welcome, Kim, to the chat. And I believe I just want to make sure we get you guys all the shout outs that we have to get out. So that is it. So feel free to participate in the chat. We've laid down the law so you can come here and regardless of what your beliefs are, what your past history are with other people and stuff, we're not going to put up with it. So you will feel safe. We will wrap you in safety. So we want you to be part of the show because the chat room is half of the show. I've always said that. The YouTube chat is always half of the show. And I appreciate you guys for coming over here and taking time out of your late night, early morning and spending it with us. So, let's get on. We still got about 30 more minutes and we are listening to a recorded hypno-regression therapy session with a gentleman. His name is John. And he has, give you guys a little bit of backstory. He obviously has multiple instances of abduction. And we are going through his regression therapy with his therapist. And now there's another individual that's going to be coming in and is going to be asking John some questions. Give us some time. I'll queue up there, replacing microphones and getting set up to do their interview with the new therapist. His name, I believe, is Paul. We'll be asking John several questions here in a minute. Now, John is still under hypnotherapy or under hypnotized. So they're getting situated here. So it's like, come on, guys. I'm like you. Let's get to it. Should have had all this stuff ready to go.
Is this Armistice?
Yes.
Here we go.
Is John safe?
We're pushing the border. We are pushing the border.
What do you mean?
John is safe. As in, from us. We'll protect him.
Who is us? Who are you?
Alien.
Alien.
Elohim. We're the original makers. We're the maker of worlds. Make worlds with love.
You made the people.
Yes, you're our children.
What do you look like?
You would find it hard to look upon my face.
Why?
We're different.
Pretty? Or not so pretty?
We think we are, but you probably would think not. We made you in our image. But there are differences.
Would we call you scary?
Sometimes.
Why did you scare John so much when he was 3 years old?
It was not us. It was the zero reticulites.
The who?
Sorry. That was the Greys.
The Greys.
Yes.
They terrified John.
Yes. It's just genetic material. It means nothing. A lab rat. To them he was a lab rat. They had no emotion.
Are they bad?
Yes.
Very bad?
Yes. Bad for humanity. Very, very bad for humanity.
Are they a threat?
They have been for a long time. Many kings have been suffering their influence. Many empires throughout history have suffered their influence. The world won't have to suffer their influence much longer. War will cease. Killing will cease.
Were you there when John was 16?
Yes.
He was very scared then.
Yes.
You scared him?
I was new. If I came to you now, would you not be scared? If I gave you a pet dragon, it was a pup, and you knew it was a pup, and you grew up with it, you wouldn't be scared with it. But if I gave you a grain dragon that was bred in fire, would you not be scared? Till you realised that dragon wasn't going to burn or eat you. Then you would not be scared.
And so, aliens are real?
Yes.
UFOs are real?
Yes. We also have alien replicated vehicles. Man has their hands on many gadgetry. All intended for good, mostly used for war.
Do you know of the Ethereans?
Yes.
Who are they?
They're another race. They are another race that have given human one upgrade. Human have had 37 upgrades since their inception. They are now on their 38th. This is scientifically provable. Geneticists know this. Certain geneticists. Star children. The star children are our future. Also, when the change comes,
There are some people here
yes,
who worship the Ethereans.
yes. There are certain entities who feed off the energy of emotion, of worship, of fear, love. Then one of these. Many of the upgrades in human have been made to make them worship or follow a certain path. Not necessarily good for their future. The human DNA, scientists say, has 97% junk DNA. Scientists that be know this is not to be true. They just don't know they just don't want us to know. Don't want John to know. Don't want you to know. Don't want humans to know. Don't want us to know what the rest of the DNA actually does. It is all used. Every animal, every plant, every bacteria, every microamoeba, every little thing on this planet is in your DNA. In one of your cells is the sum total of this earth.
One person.
In one person.
Someone we spoke to.
Yes.
Said we were being farmed.
Yes.
For body parts.
And said reticulites.
True?
Yes. Said reticulites need nourishment in the form of fluids, rotting flesh.
Now, I want to stop the recording right there because I do want to discuss a few things. We're actually trying to get the author of the Missing 911 or 411 series. For those that are sitting there going, well, why, if these aliens are using us or harvesting humans, why are we not hear about missing people? Well, I will let you know that there's a gentleman who like I said, he's written the 411, missing 411. And his investigation hovers around the federal government and the national parks. In the United States, there are hundreds of people who disappear from federal parks. There are stories of people walking, 3-4 people walking down a trail, and the person on the back of the lot just disappears. You know, the classic people walking, and all of a sudden, boom, that person's gone. Or there will be people that are in the line, and something will distract the rest of them, and someone in the line disappears. This is well known. And what happens, though, is because it is on federal property, it is under the guise of the federal government to investigate. And a lot of these cases never get solved. Never get solved. So I want to give you guys some information here. In 1980, roughly 150,000 people were reported missing each year. Now the number's over 900,000 people. Approximately 2,300 people are reported missing every day. 2,300 Americans. That's just in America. That's not worldwide. $2,300 people. These aren't people that are missing and then they say they're dead or their bodies are found later. These are missing. They can't find them. 2,300 Americans every day come up missing. Come up missing. I want to say this again. 2,300 Americans come up missing. So when I hear stories from, now granted, I will give, let's parse this out. Poof, gone, as the underground resistance says. No, we're good. I will give, some of these are satanic ritual. People disappearing because they're being sacrificed for satanic rituals. I don't know what percentage, but I'll give you that. Some of them are being led into childhood slavery and prostitution. We have that. But there's a majority, or not a majority, but a certain segment of them who could possibly being harvested for food parts. Linda Moulton Howe, that's why we're trying to get her on the show. If you have not looked into the cattle mutilations, I will tell you, the research is clear. There are cattle being mutilated and body parts being cut off on these animals with precision, high precision. And we're not talking with laser knife or with knives and scalpels. These cattle are being cut up with surgical lasers or things like that, laser precision. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't carry lasers around with me. I've always wanted sharks with laser beams on their heads. That would be cool. Sandy tells me I can't put those in the pool. But, so these surgical operations that are happening out in the fields are precise in nature. And the amount of energy that it takes. So think about this too. So in order to run a laser, you're going to need some pretty decent power. This is not something that you're going to get from a battery pack. So there's going to be one of these things where you're going to have a generator of some sort or some kind of, significant power source. I mean, most surgical lasers are in the very high wattage area. So you take, watts, amps, watts and volts, and it gives you amps, vice versa. So it's going, you're going to need something like a generator to do this. Now, you can't tell me that these farmers, they know what a generator sounds like. And if you live on a farm, you use them all the time. So if I'm sitting at my house and I hear a generator, you don't think I'm not going to go out there and investigate it? These farmers hear nothing. Nothing. And they'll go out into their fields the next day and they'll have one or two cows who have been mutilated, parts taken surgically with lasers. So that tells you there's some other source of power at play here. And one of the things, like I said, it's not odd to hear this, John is his name, talk about harvesting body parts. 2,300 Americans gone every day. Poof. Poof. We never find them. Well, we do find them, some of them. And like I said, some of them I will attribute to to demonic ritual sacrifices, others for sex slave and things of that nature. But where are the others? Where are the others? And that, so you guys know, that actually came from the FBI. From the FBI. But we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We're going to continue our hypnotherapy session with John. And it's going to get interesting. Stay tuned. More to come.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Join me here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I enjoy all of the comments in the chat room. Need a foghorn for Jeff? Yeah, underground. Yeah, we have the bells. You don't like my watch bells? Those actually have nautical significance. But yeah, you're right. Maybe what we can do is Art Bell used to have that clap of thunder that he used to play between segments. Maybe we can do it like a foghorn. I was thinking a cannon, but it sounds too much like a clap of thunder. So I appreciate you guys there in the chat room. I see you guys are actually using it for what it was intended, and thank you very much for obeying the rules. For those that are new to the show, we only have 2 rules in the chat room, and we do enforce them. Number 1, no personal attacks. No personal attacks. So you're gone. And the second thing is no responses to personal attacks. We do monitor that pretty quick because that is not what we're about. And I do see some water and oil mixing very well in the chat room. And I just want to say thank you guys. Thank you very much for being respectful of my show. Oh, let's move on. We got a very long night. So tonight we are talking about UFOs and alien abductions, and we're taking calls from you guys, the listener. Actually, we had Jeff Hayes. Great conversation, Jeff. Thank you for joining us. But if you want to participate, feel free to give us, and we'll get those numbers up there soon enough, but feel free to give us a call. We will, it's all about you, the listener. So if you have a story to tell, something you want to share with us, feel free to give us a call here in a few minutes. We're going to do a little bit more house cleaning here. If you're joining us for the very first time on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button. One of the things that we did do this week, starting this week, is that we are now broadcasting live on Facebook. That technology is pretty cool. We appreciate that as well. So simulcast, and we're going to be adding about 3 other simulcast feeds as well. And of course on Twitter. Now, for those that are watching us on Facebook, we're going to run not a little competition because it's not a competition. We're going to be doing this every week. We are, if you, how do I say this? Just lost for words. Let me back up. Do you know what it is? I need my Tim Hortons coffee here. Tim Hortons, the best coffee you will ever drink. If you're within 500 miles of a Tim Hortons, I highly recommend that you take a little detour. Go up there, get yourself some dark roast and also a Danish. Yeah, Scott, you had to call in. I'll give you the numbers here in a little bit. And yeah, you guys love to hear from you because right now we're just playing a therapy session from a gentleman. But I would rather have you call in and share your experience with us and our fellow listeners. Don't be bashful. Don't be shy. I know a couple of you guys aren't. There's no reason. Actually, I was just thinking about it. I know a couple of you guys are very vocal. And the fact that you're not calling in is kind of, I don't want to say insulting. That's too strong of a word. Discouraging. So there you go. I just put the TMO listener, or you can give us a call at 352-388-3900. Love to hear from you guys. Love for you to share your experiences. So there's the numbers. I'm going to talk for a little bit because I'm going to wait until someone calls in because I know you're coming. I know I'm going to get one here in a minute. So what a show. What a show. Now, this week, I was going to tell you, we only scheduled one guest this week. I wanted to leave this week open. And the reason why is because I wanted to give the opportunity. We've been going a month and a half with great guests. And we're already starting to line them up here in the, for the next couple weeks. And I will tell you that we have some great guests coming in the next couple of months. They're already booking if you get out to our guest page and take a look and everything. So this week was actually dedicated to you guys, our listeners, to give you the opportunity to come in and to participate. I will also tell you that we are putting things in place to allow you to actually call in and talk to our guests. But right now, without further ado, we have a caller on the line. Just please say your first name only and where are you calling from?
This is Lori from Chicago.
Hey, Lori from Chicago. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Welcome.
Just for the record, Jeff.
Welcome.
Just for the record, you and your Timmy Hoes. Okay, we've got to talk about this.
What's that?
I'm so jealous. I am so jealous. It has been a while since I've had Tim Hortons. I'll call it what it is. Tim Hortons, not what we call it.
Timmy's.
Timmy's with a crack.
Oh, yeah, crack for us Canadians. It's Canadian crack.
I'll take a large triple, please.
True. Yep, and a Danish. You got to throw in the Danish. Always got to have the Danish or the old.
Exactly.
Look, Americans don't know what they're missing unless they have a Timmy Hortons oatmeal with walnuts. Yeah, with walnuts. I mean, it's just. Right. I'm missing it. I'm missing it.
For the record, I'm going to Buffalo this weekend. I'm going to see my kids. So the first thing I'm going to do when we pull into town is hit Tim Hortons. So
hit a Timmy's.
I'm gonna get my fix exactly. Tim Hortons, soon to be sponsor of the Midnight Ocean.
Yeah, we're trying. I've reached out to them because I didn't want to get in trouble. I wanted to get permission to use their logo because I have that one cup that I use. And it's funny whenever I go. This is hilarious. I travel to Canada. Well, this year's been kind of slow, but it looks like I will be going up there at the end of the year. Everybody in my business right now, it's slow because they're waiting for the election to be over. And so
Aren't we all?
Yeah, we all are. But I have a couple customers in Canada, and they've already said that they want me to come up here at the end of the year, which around Christmas, Thanksgiving time. And it's funny because when I go through TSA, I take my Timmy Hortons cup with me. And it's just hilarious because they're looking at it and it's all I made sure I bought the plastic one so that way it would get through TSA without any issue. And so I stock up. But I found out, though, that Timmy Hortons apparently was purchased by the Wendy's Corporation. And so they are going to be coming here to the States a lot more. I heard awesome. I heard there's one in Tampa. And I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe the coffee that you get at Wendy's is Tim Hortons coffee. Don't quote me on it, but I had some the other day. I had to go pick up a sandwich. Sandy likes her spicy chicken, and I was a little sleepy. And I said, give me, and I had the dark roast, and I was like, wait a minute, this vaguely tastes very familiar. And so it was. So I believe it is Timmy Hortons. I really do.
I'm gonna have to go try that. So you're talking to people about their UFO experiences.
Yeah,
right?
UFO and alien abductions. Lori, do you have a UFO alien abduction experience?
I actually do, and I actually have already submitted this report to the UFO International website. So if you go there, you can give reports for sightings and stuff like that.
Sure.
Mine is, I don't remember the year. I just remember kind of how old I was. I grew up, for everybody who knows me, I grew up outside of Niagara Falls, Buffalo area. But my grandparents who raised me, lived outside just a few miles from the Niagara Falls Air Force Base.
Mm-hmm.
And, this was during the late 60s, early 70s when there was still the missiles in the silos in that area.
Sure.
So, they lived out in the country. I mean, just, city outskirts, country roads, no lights, no nothing. And our house sat back about a quarter of a mile from the road, and the driveway was offset from the house. So when you turned up the driveway, we had a huge plate glass window in the front on the living room. But when you pulled in the driveway, the lights only hit the house just for a moment, and then it turned. It was offset. And so then you didn't see the lights anymore. And it was just this big, huge, field in the front of the house. So, I mean, there was no way you could get a vehicle in that area to face it toward the glass. And so the first story I have was it was about, well, we'd had reports in that area, a lot of reports of strange light. My grandfather was a truck driver. So my grandmother would have to bundle me up at like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning to go pick him up on several occasions. And I can remember this one night, it was winter time. And I remember, getting out of bed. It had been like 3 o'clock in the morning. It was cold. And my grandmother just bundled me up in my jacket and put my boots on and wrapped a blanket around me and took me out to the car. And we got in the car and we started driving. And a light came over the car. And as the light came over the car died. And she kept trying to get it started, It wouldn't start, and the light just stayed there. And I wasn't really afraid because I didn't really know what it is. My grandmother was very afraid. I can remember that. And growing up, after that experience, my grandmother used to say, oh, that happened to me. It used to happen quite often, more often than not, and she would go and pick up my grandfather. The second experience I had was, like I said, the driveway was offset, so there was no reason for the light to be in the front. It was probably, I don't know, I would say a little bit past dusk, because the lights were on in the kitchen. My grandmother I believe she was cooking in the kitchen, and I was playing, and the house is really small. And, I was playing like in the front room there. And my grandfather came running in, the side door of the house into the kitchen, and he told my grandmother, he says, get her quick. My grandmother snatched me up, and we went underneath the table in the kitchen. And I can remember a light shining in the front window, and it was a constant light. But I remember hearing like a pulsating sound, and I remember tasting metal in my mouth. And it lasted for, I don't even know, a few minutes, and then boom, it was like somebody just shut the light. It didn't like float off, and it didn't get like dimmer and dimmer. It just boom, it was gone. So those are the.
So I want to. So your grandfather, he grabbed you and like put you guys under the table? Yeah,
under the table in the kitchen, because the kitchen was behind the living room, and the window was in the living room. So you kind of had to it was kind of connected, but there was like a wall that the table was behind. So he stuck us underneath the table behind that wall. So if whatever was at that front window couldn't see behind that wall to where we were. So, yeah, it was pretty scary. It was pretty scary. And it's not the first time. My cousin, between the houses, my grandparents' house and then my aunt's house was probably maybe a 1/6 of a mile, 1/8 of a mile, distance. And she used to, be scared to run across that field because she always would say that, the lights are going to get me. Yeah. So it was in this area. There was quite a bit of activity. And I've done a lot of research since, getting older, and I found that it was because of the silos. They used to keep an eye on the silos in the area there.
Yeah. Well, it was funny because before the show, and I know you were doing your show, so you didn't listen in the beginning, but there was a lady that submitted a story there, the Finger Lakes, the Finger Lakes region, which is, not too far away from where you're at. And then, of course, we had Linda Zimmerman on, who is an investigator, and she wrote, extensively on the Hudson Valley UFOs as well. And
I think the Hudson Valley Light, isn't it the Hudson Valley? Maybe it's the Hudson Valley Lights I'm thinking of. Yeah. That they actually, people have reported going into different dimensions in that area.
Yep. Linda, it was a great show. She was one of our early guests on, Linda Zimmerman. Wow. And, we're going to get her back on, and we're actually going to get, a gentleman who she recommended, who is a retired cop who hunts down UFOs, and he applies a lot of the same principles that he did when he was a detective. And so we're going to have him on the air here soon as well. So that's going to be cool. But it is kind of strange that, well, it's not strange. All of that whole area, I'm getting a lot of viewers and listeners who are saying, yeah, in Hudson Valley, that's very typical.
Yeah, there's a definite hot spot up in that area. There's definite hot spots. And like I said, this was back in the 60s, early 70s. I was very small. I was very young. Yeah. 4-ish, 5-ish. Yeah. But, I mean, I know I've had more than one experience, but those are the only two that I truly like can
Stick
verbalize
out
and remember it, you know. But there's been other ones that are kind of like weird because I know it in my head, but I can't verbalize what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, and that's very strange. I mean, and like this whole regression, this whole hypno-regression, for me, didn't come to a head until I had Lori McDonald on the show last Friday. And she talked about what she did and everything. And I don't know, you know, the power suggestion is pretty powerful. There's no doubt about it. But we had that conversation, and I might as well go ahead and share it with you guys on the show now. But that night, I went to bed like I normally do. You know, I wrap up the show about 2 a.m. It takes me about an hour or so to decompress from the show, you know, just relax or whatever. And I went to bed. And my normal routine, I have 0 clocks. We don't have any alarms in this house. Well, we have alarm clocks. We don't use them here. We use them for baking or for cooking, right? So I always wake up at 10 o'clock, between 9:30 and 10 o'clock in the morning. After going to bed 4, I wake up 9:30, 10 o'clock, kind of standard. I get up, I work, and then I usually take a nap about 5 to 6, get ready for the show again. And so Sandy was gone. And she was at her mom and dad's house over in Daytona. And so it was just me and my Great Pyrenees. Now, my Great Pyrenees, he's about 165 pounds, and he's a solid dog. And when he barks, he'll wake the dead. I mean, you can hear him outside. When we're outside, we sit on a half acre, and he's in the house through a concrete house. We can hear him barking. All right. So he's our first line of defense, and you won't get within 50 yards of my house without him waking, barking at you. And he is trained, and it's so funny. Even when we take him to doggy daycare, when we travel and stuff, they will laugh because he wakes up every morning at 7 a.m. and he expects to eat. And he will not let you go to bed until you feed him. He don't care about going to the bathroom. He wants to eat. So he eats at 7, 12, and 4 o'clock. And he has no clock either. He knows when it's time to eat. And like I said, he will let you know. He will sit there and bark at you constantly until you feed him. It's the funniest thing. And like I said, when we take him to doggy daycare, they laugh. They're like, well, when do we feed him? It's like, he'll tell you. He'll let you know. He'll let you know when he wants to eat. And so after I did the show, I went to bed. I had the craziest dream that night. I had a dream that I got infected by anthrax. Now, I have vivid dream where I can actually interact in my dream. So I got infected by anthrax. I was working on a government project, and I got infected. And for some strange reason, I go to this like Chinatown. It was weird. It was like a Chinatown like looking shop, apothecary. And I go in there, and there's a lady there, and I tell her, the little Chinese lady, I said, look, I've been infected by anthrax. And she's like, I don't believe you. And then all of a sudden I start showing the signs. And so she takes me in the back, and she calls a number, and these government people show up and throw me in one of those white bags that you can see through, right? And then that's all I remember of the dream. So it was crazy. Yeah, John, I did too. When I was working with the 5th CSD, I had the anthrax injections as well. I had them all. And actually, you know what was crazy? Well, I'm glad, John, you brought that up, because I'll bring it up at the end of the story. So what happened is that I had this dream. Well, the crazy part is I woke up at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Not my regular 9:30, 10 o'clock like I do every day. Every day I'm up 9:30, 10 o'clock. I woke up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The crazy thing is I had to go get Buddy. That's the name of our dog. I had to go get Buddy up because he was asleep as well.
Wow.
So I immediately contacted Laura, and I said, "This is the craziest thing that I've ever experienced in my whole entire life." And she was like, "Well, you know what it is." And I'm like, "I don't want to hear that." And she was like, but Jeff, she goes, you know exactly what it is, what is going on. So I'm going to bring this up because I want to show people. I have it on my cell phone because I did it on my cell phone. I shot her an email directly off my cell phone. Let me bring it up here.
Oh, no, I know where you're going with this.
And I want to show this to you. So now I am working with her to figure out what the heck happened to me.
That's weird that you and the dog were both.
Well, that was a strange thing. Now, I can understand maybe me crashing because I've done that. Well, I usually do it when I want to crash, like on the weekends. Like when I finish my Friday night show, it's very common for me to take NyQuil. And I probably shouldn't say that, but I'll take the NyQuil and then go to sleep that way because it does help me sleep. So last Thursday, so it would be what day was that? Because I've got my phone right here. So those that don't think I'm being rude, so it would be the 30th. Was she on the 30th? No.
Thursday was the 29th.
No, but I'm just thinking what date. No, I don't think she was on the 30th. Let me go back to my calendar here and see when she was actually on the show. Because I want to show the listeners the communication that I had with her. Because I think it's, it's crazy. So let me go back. She was on the show the 27th. So it was the 27th. Wait, so no, that doesn't seem right. Let me see, because I've got the email here. I'm looking. I probably should have had this queued up during the break, but you kind of made me talk about it. So I'm looking at my sent. Here it is. Now I'm going to walk out. This is on my cell phone. So this is actually the 24th. I sent this at 2:40 p.m. This is the time that I woke up. Now I'm going to put it up there. I don't know if you guys can. There it is. It's on. I just shot it right there to the YouTube camera. Doesn't have her personal information, so I'm not too worried about. So there's my correspondence to her documenting.
Okay.
Can you guys read it out there? Can you?
No.
You can't? All right. So I'll just read it to you. It says, Lori, last night was really good. It sounded like we had to, Sandy's like, what were you guys doing? I can, basically, because Sandy was out of town. So it says, I said, last night was really good. I enjoyed it and learned a lot. I had an experience after the show. I fell asleep and had a dream that I was infected with anthrax and was carried off by the CDC to a lab in a white bag and such. The strange thing is that we have a Great Pyrenees that expects to be fed every morning at 7 a.m. on the dot. And if you don't get up, he will wake you up by barking. The strange thing is I did not wake up until 2 p.m. and had to go and wake him up. I'm telling you this because I want it recorded that this has never happened to me before. And that was the email that I sent her the next day. And of course, she's been responding back to me as well. So and I know the power of suggestion, right? I know the power of suggestion.
The power of suggestion. Yeah, I could see where you would go with that. But I mean, dreams aren't usually that long, and
well, the dream
don't usually.
The dream itself, what is weird though, the dream itself only lasted, maybe his dog too. Yeah. So the dream itself only lasted as long as I explained it to you. I had anthrax. Yeah. I was working in a lab. I don't have like the backstory, like what I was doing. All I know is I was walking down this old street in like Chinatown, went into the apothecary, said, I need help. I've been exposed to anthrax. She's looking at me going, you're crazy. You know, Chinese woman, you crazy. And then boom, that was it. And the next thing I know, I am being whisked away in one of those CDC chem bags, you know, the classic white. And that's all I remember. That's it. That's all I remember of it. You know, I don't have any, you know, of course, I was thinking, you know, looking for needle marks, looking for
I
implants.
actually thought that's where you were going with this. When you said, I want to show you something on my phone, I thought you had taken a picture of maybe like needle marks or something on your arm or something. So I was like, oh, I know where this is going.
But, you know, this is something that's freaky today, though. Sandy comes into the show and she's like, look at my finger or my thumb. And she and I both have a scar at the same location at our thumbs, the exact same location, and in the same pain. She's like, "What the heck?" And it was funny because she goes, "Look at this. This hurts," and it was like a blister kind of thing, kind of like, you know, an ant, like a red ant would bite you, and like that blister. And I said, "Really? Does it look like this?" And I showed her mine on my thumb, and she was like, wait a minute. She goes, we got this. And she was like, no. And I was like, yeah, you never know. Who knows? Wow. They might have pulled DNA out of our thumbs while we were asleep. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, no, the power of suggestion when you're sleeping. I mean, I can't watch TV. I can't have TV on when I'm sleeping because I start dreaming about what's on TV. Yeah. Especially if I have the news, I fall asleep with like CNN or something on, God forbid. You know, and I'll start dreaming all kinds of crazy stuff or movies or whatever. But I mean, for your dog to be affected too?
Yeah, that was the thing that got me. If it was just me, I'd be like, you know, I needed to catch up on sleep.
I was extra tired. Yeah.
You know how these shows work. You spend 8 hours a day for a 4-hour show, and then you got your normal job that you're doing. Was it itchy? Yeah, right. Dante's very itchy, and it burns when you touch it. Dante's asking me if it's itchy. Yeah. I'm waiting for Dante's response. He's probably going to tell me I have some disease. But but the thing is that for the dog, that is the kicker. Is our dog, our Great Pyrenees. Anybody that knows my dog knows Buddy and has been here at the house, they laugh because you could set your watch by him. 9 o'clock at night, he gets up and goes to the bedroom and goes to bed. Every night. It doesn't matter what you're doing, what you're watching. He will look at Sandy. He don't care about me. He'll get up and look at Sandy, and he's like, come on, let's go to bed. And he does. He gets up and goes to bed. Sandy will have to tell him, look, I'm going to watch this show. And he'll get up, though, and he'll go into bed. And, he has his routine. I mean, he's a great dog to have around. And I always thought that I'm not going to have to worry about ever being, an alien or anything like that because of him. But now he's sleeping on the job.
Well, I mean, that maybe they figure if they want you, they got to take him too.
Well, they got to take him out as well. Yeah, no, they do. But, well, he's done that a couple times. Sandy's had a couple incidents. Sandy when something bad is going to happen to a family member, she usually has a dream, a very vivid, in your face nightmare. And Buddy has always been there and I can tell when Sandy is going to have one. Because Buddy is very hypersensitive. He won't let her out of his sight. And those dogs, Great Pyrenees, are known for that. They're known for the protective quality of themselves. And so, I can watch Buddy and I can pretty much tell you what's going to happen. That, Sandy's on edge or something's going on.
Right.
And,
when you woke him up, did he look at you like, what the hell? Or what the crap?
He actually woke up like he was on like Benadryl or something, like he was under. Yeah. We've had to give him Benadryl because he has allergies, and with the thick fur and
Jeff.
stuff. Yeah. No, he was groggy. He was looking at me like, what? And no, those dogs, like I said, they will sit at the door and bark. And we have now Sandy had our little dog, and the little Viper. I can't stand that dog. So I tell Sandy she's got to take. I'm a big dog. I'm smaller the dog, smaller the brain, right? And so I Buddy hangs out with me when Sandy goes to her mom and dad. But yeah, no, it was the weirdest thing, and I'm not saying one thing or the other. I don't know,
right?
Because I don't know. But I am working with Lori on that one. We're going to do a regression to see.
Oh, wow. Well, that would be very interesting.
Yeah, we're going to do it over Skype. We'll do it over Skype. I told her, I said, now, if I do this, we're going to have to broadcast it. She goes, I don't know if you want to, Joe. And I'm like, no, I don't care. Put a camera in my face. I can care less.
Are you still going to do the whole haunted house thing?
Absolutely. I'm waiting for you guys to line it up.
Oh, okay. I found a place, I think, that would be great. It's an old prison.
It's the prison, right? I went out and looked at it. I went out and looked at the prison, and because you sent me the links, or someone, I think it was either you or Jeff. Someone sent me the links, and yeah, no, I'm ready to go. I'm ready. I've contacted Lloyd, and I've contacted some other people. And they're going to be my support group, but I'm going to go. You guys get me a date and a time, and I will be there with, I don't know, bells on, but I'm going to be on something.
Awesome. I'll be getting in touch with you then.
Yeah.
Halloween's coming up too.
What's planned for
Halloween?
It would be a great Halloween show. Halloween show. And like I said, I will do that. I am gonna, so for those,
you're brave, man.
For those that, I'm stupid. For those who don't know, because we got a lot of new listeners, I put a challenge out there. All of these ghost hunting shows, you always have 2 or 3 people with them, right? So what I want to do is I'm going to do a live show by myself. I don't want anybody else in the building with me. I'm going to do it by myself. I'm going to have an EEG done. And an EKG, I'll have that, not an EKG, but a heart monitor, and, so I can measure my vitals, make sure I'm not having a heart attack.
Make sure you're not stroking out or anything.
But yeah, we're going to have a portable EEG, so we can do brainwave studies as I'm doing this. And I'm going to do the show for 4 hours live from the building. And then I will be doing the rest of the show until the morning. We'll guarantee 4 hours, and the rest of it I'll be doing ghost hunting and talking to listeners via the internet, and doing things like going into rooms and laying down on cots, and doing all the things all the crazy crap that you guys want me to do. I'm going to do it. I'm definitely going to do it. And I am working with, I have reached out to the University of Florida University. I get this right in Florida. I get in trouble. To the Gators. I'm always safe with the Gators. I'm still learning, the teams down here. But the University of Florida and their mass comm department to see if they have some students or whatever that would like to help set up the videos. Now, the rule is the rule, though. There can be no one else in the building except me. If there's going to be other people in the building, I don't want to do it because I feel that will hamper. And the other thing too is the integrity of the research. You don't know what those other people are doing. Mm-hmm. That could be messing you up. So I want to get it done. So yeah, who knows? And then I probably need to go sit in a tent somewhere in Sedona and wait for the aliens to come and pick me up.
Yeah, Sedona's another hot spot.
Yeah.
When I lived out in Phoenix, I used to go to Sedona a lot, and I mean, it's not just that they have this stuff sightings there, but I mean, it's actually part of their culture.
Yes. Oh yeah.
You might say.
Yeah. I have an uncle that lives out in that area. And I mean, when you were out in Sedona, I have to ask you, what is the one thing that kind of struck you about Sedona? What was the one thing that set you up? I'll tell you what I experienced, but when I was there, it was clear as day for me.
Clear as day, I would say it would have to be the peacefulness. There was like a stillness. There was like it was kind of like an eerie silence.
Yeah. See, for me, it was like a vibration. Like the ground was always vibrating, like there was a hum, like a.
There was the hum, but I mean, it was almost like I don't know. It was like okay. Let's kind of, it's like you take a glass and you put it over on it, turn it over and you put it down. It's kind of like that kind of feeling to me.
Yeah.
It kind of felt like I was in like a bubble.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I experienced that as well. I mean, I experienced, like I said, the hum. It was weird. It was one of the strangest things I've ever experienced in my life. There's
supposedly an underground base in Sedona too that it's disguised as a
yes.
I think it's like a spa or sauna or something, but it's got like, I don't know, 10, 15 different flags out front of it.
Yep.
It's kind of a weird place.
I'm gonna have Brad Olson. I'm gonna interview Brad this weekend, and he's coming back on the show. We're doing a series of interviews for down the road, and that's what we're gonna be talking about is underground bases.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
it's gonna be a whole series. I have Brad Olson coming. I have Brooks Agnew, which he does the underground bases in the Hollow Earth. He led that expedition, and so we're doing it's kind of like a series of interviews, and we're going to release that at a later date. But yeah, so Brad will be on it.
Cool.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. So wow, thanks for sharing your experience. And
well, thank you. I'm gonna get off here and let somebody else. Come on, guys. There's 11 people watching. Let's 11 people watching. Let's challenge at least one or two of you in the chat room to call in.
Yeah, call in. I know John's been giving some great words. And by the way, look, for you calling in, I will reach out to you. You will get a limited edition Midnight Ocean coffee mug. We finally have them. Yeah. So anybody that participates in tonight's show by calling in and telling their experience, don't think I'm not going to give you some, but I'll reach out to you, get your address and off the air, of course. And we'll get that sent over to you. But you guys get a limited edition Midnight Ocean coffee mug. We just got them made up and they are on their way. So we will be shipping them out to you. But take care of yourself. Thanks for calling.
And I'm going to drink my Timmy Hortons coffee in it.
That's right. Take a picture of it. There you go. Take a picture of it.
I will. Take care, Jeff.
Take care. Bye now.
Bye.
So there you go. Another person with another experience. It's not uncommon. Feel free. You guys, we got people in the chat room. Give us a call at 352-388-3900. That's area code 352-388-3900. Or you can do TMO listener on your Skype. And of course, you can always SMS us at 786-574-3652. Love to hear from you. Love to hear your story as we roll on into the evening. Let me know if you guys are going to call in. Anybody of you guys in chat, say, look, hold the phones. I'm calling in. Because we will hold the phones for you. But if we don't hear from you here in a few minutes, we're going to continue on with this regression therapy session with John. Don't have his last name, but John, as he talks about his experience with Grays. And now he's being asked by a different investigator. So there's two investigators asking him questions. And now they've moved on to the second one. And you'll find that this one is a little bit more critical. Give you a little bit of the backstory. He's a little bit more critical. John wants to know a little bit more in details, not letting them just kind of get off with, hey, how is this or how is that? He's actually asking him particular or specific questions. So there you go. And we'll continue on with the interview with John. And you know what I'm going to do because we have a few minutes, I'm going to go ahead and stop and we'll just blow right through our breaks for the rest of the show.
Liquid, horrible. We get real. Food we ingest, plus we use light and sound.
Aliens are real?
Yes.
UFOs are real?
Yes.
Was Roswell real?
Roswell said reticulite. We jumped in.
You jumped in.
Yes. Our collective jumped in to try and stop the information gathering. A meeting was formed. President Dwight Eisenhower, 1952. We wanted them to stop nuclear, go natural, free energy, no oil, no nuclear. Zero reticulites offered them more nuclear, pretty toys. They've been trying to shoot us out the skies ever since.
Armistice, I have to tell you,
Yes.
I'm a skeptic.
Yes.
I don't believe.
It matters not whether you believe, whether you not believe.
You don't care?
No.
Can you prove to me that you are real? How can you prove to me you're real?
It matters not.
But I want to believe.
Yes.
Prove to me you're real.
John wanted us to show up for his partner. And we said no. We will not show up for game. We'll show when we're ready.
And when will that be?
Time is near. It depends on human emotion, human state.
What is near? A year? A week? A month? A year? A decade?
Within a decade. Within a decade. Unless our hand is forced.
And if you were there when John was 16,
Yes.
how old are you?
Around 3,000 of your years.
3,000.
Around.
Are you an old fella?
I'm an adult.
A pensioner?
I'm an adult.
Ready to retire?
Halfway.
Halfway?
Yes.
So you'll live to 6,000.
Roughly 69,000. The first ones we left on this earth when we said would live because of the Earth's atmosphere and because of the transference of energy, roughly about 6,000 years. So we're living, basically living gods. But they were not gods. They ruled with love. They didn't rule, but they guided with love. Modern day person would call it ruling.
Did they have anything to do with the pyramids?
The pyramids are far older than the scientists, the modern scientists say they are. They know this. They know how old they are. They just don't want you and I to know. Speaking through John.
You and I?
Yes.
You mean you and
John. I need to speak through John. And when I get on the subject that John knows about, I let him take over with my guidance. haven't let him take over. He uses himself.
What
In the
about
reference.
Jesus?
Read the Talmud of Emmanuel. There you will find the true Jesus.
The what?
There you will find the true Jesus.
Someone told me he was a Venetian.
No. He was a human.
$3,000 old. That's a long time, Phil.
Yes.
Are you a good-looking bloke?
I'm average.
Average.
For me, yes. It matters not. Looks matter not.
Are you married?
Yes.
Kids?
Yes.
Proud of them?
Most.
Most.
Yes.
How many have you got?
6.
Do they come to?
They are with us. We cherish our children. We die for our children.
Have you had to kill any humans?
Yes.
Earth people?
Yes.
Why?
Self-sanctity.
Self-sanctity?
They drew first. Self-sanctity. Them or us. We are not always welcome in your skies, out of your skies. The world governments now have toys that can hurt us. I very rarely do. But we can be hurt by them, thanks to the zeta reticulates helping certain people. We are only here for love and to help, not to hurt. I've already said too much. I'm putting John in danger. I'd rather you think me a crackpot
Amethyst.
than to put John's life in danger. It matters not.
And you can't prove to me. You can't tell me one thing. Do one thing.
It's hard through, John. I am very restricted. So it matters not. I do what I can do.
Okay. Good. And that, I'll just bring Terry back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for answering those questions, Armistice. Before I bring John back, is there any suggestions that you want me to give to John, the subconscious, that will help him in any way, health, well-being?
knows what he has to do.
John knows what he has to do.
Yes.
Thank you. Anything else you would like to say at this point?
It matters not whether people believe or not believe. It matters not that we're at war. It matters not that humanity is the prize. All that matters is that it keeps going. And it keeps evolving. And it keeps learning to love. And it keeps loving to learn. And it will.
Thank you, Armistice. Okay, in a moment, I'm just going to count from 1 to 5, and on the count of 5, and not before, John will return back to his normal consciousness. 1, coming back more into normal consciousness now. 2, your eyes feel like they've been bathed in a cool, clear stream. 3, every cell and tissue of your body is recharged and re-energized. And 4, now coming back into your normal consciousness. And 5, back with us, John.
Help. Help. Oh, couldn't move. Oh, I was locked. Oh, someone been hitting me. Man. Oh, I definitely been crying. Jesus Christ. Oh, I feel like I've been hit with a sledgehammer.
Okay, John, in a moment, dealing with your subconscious now.
There you go.
I'm going to ask you to...
That is John's regression therapy. What do you guys think? Bonk? Believe it? It's totally up to you. I've always said, even when I do these shows, I don't care if I believe you. I don't care if the listeners believe you. The only requirement that I have is that you believe yourself. And then everything will be fine there. For those that, yes, we do have a Nightbot. We do have Nightbot that is monitoring the chat room. I'll go back and look at the logs. I'm looking at, I don't see anything that should have kicked it off, guys. I really don't. So I will definitely take a look and see and review what's going on. I do appreciate you guys being respectful of each other in the chat room, actually, for all those that are in the YouTube chat. I've always said that half this show is what goes on in the chat room. And I know that there are some people that have some opinions that go against science, and some would say common sense. I don't know at this point. I'm learning. I've kind of just said I'm going to scrub all of my indoctrination out of my head and start all over. So that's about it. So Debbie there Debbie, I don't want to say your last name, but Debbie, thank you for being in the Facebook feed. I can see that. Unfortunately, I don't think anybody can see you, Debbie. So what it is, guys, so we're using a restream service that allows me to connect right into Facebook. And what is going on is that I can see what Debbie's typing, but Debbie can't see the chat. I wish there was a way of merging these two together of all the chat rooms, but I don't think there is. So I do apologize for that. But no, Debbie, I see you. I think there's a few of you listening or were listening there in Facebook. But, you know, it's only our second night broadcasting on Facebook. So what do we expect? We will grow that audience as well here in the next couple of days. And the way that you guys can help us grow the audience, and I want everybody there in the chat rooms, you know, if you have a Facebook page, go out to the Midnight Ocean, go to Facebook right now, go to the Midnight Ocean, make sure you like our chat, our page, number one. And then number two is take our show, our live show, and share it with all of your other pages and help us do that. Now, what we will do is that when I see, I'll see who shared the videos. The individual that shared the most videos in a week, and Friday, I will announce who it is. So at the end of Friday's show, I will tally it up. We will announce on the air, and we'll reach out to you and give you a very special gift to say thank you. And, you know, I'm a firm believer, instead of spending hundreds of dollars a week promoting with Facebook and all those guys, I'd rather give you that money. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to give you $100, but I'm going to give you some nice gifts. I'm not cheap, so we'll take care of you. So yes, Debbie, as you're out there in Facebook, the best way to get more Facebook people going is to tell your friends and family. Post this on all of your sites. Let them know about us. We will try to bring you great quality content as we did tonight. What do you guys think about tonight's show? I thoroughly enjoyed it. I really, really did. I do appreciate the participants. It is not too late for you to call in. We still have about 30 more minutes. I'd love to hear from you. If you have anything, if you have a UFO, an abduction story, or just a UFO story, something strange happening, I'll put the numbers back up there. So you can either shoot us a email, you can Skype us, or you can give us a call at 352-388-3900. That's the area code 352-388-3900. Love to hear from you, or of course, you can SMS us. But I really like it. I really, really enjoyed doing this type of show. Now, I know as our listenership increases, we will have more callers, and that's okay. That's okay. I'd love to have a show of nothing but callers showing us and telling us their experiences. But I thoroughly enjoyed this evening. I hope you did too. But in a few minutes here, we're going to we should have taken a break. Oh, that's right. I blew through the lines. So let me do this. I'm going to take a little break here. I have to get a little water on my throat. I'm getting a little raspy. My voice coach is going to be all over me. I have not been following what I have been instructed to do. But we'll take a quick break. When we get back, we'll wrap this show up. If you still would like to give us a call, please feel free to do so. Love to hear from you. Our audience is half the show. needed to take a little break there as we rejoin. I do apologize for that awkwardness there. So we'll return back to the thing. Yeah, there should be sound, Debbie, that's listening on Facebook. Go to your lower right-hand corner or whatever. Make sure your speaker's turned on. It did that to me the other day. I don't know why it is not allowing you to share. I just shared to a group just a little bit ago. So, yeah, Reb, yeah, you got nailed for saying hell. You can't say that. Quick draw McDraw. Chatbot won't allow you to say that. And then, then Lori, you got nailed for all caps. Can't do that. Can't do all caps. It's not going to let you do that. I put that on there too, so people can't cheat the system by putting it in all caps and try to get my attention. So yeah, can't do all caps. So just letting you know. But yeah, you can't say hell, and you can't say crap, and you can't write things in all caps. I know, rules are rules, right? I'll take those out. I will definitely take those out, and I'll do that right now. But that doesn't mean go crazy. What that does mean is we will. So let me. I don't see. Oh, there it is. So there we go. So you can say hell and crap all you want to, guys. We just took it out of the black, because that's fine. I don't mind that kind of stuff. Like I said, the main thing is do not attack each other in the room. Be respectful. Have a decent human being conversation with each other. No one wants to be disrespected, right? So treat each other with a little bit of respect. Wow, what a show. What a night. I appreciate all of the interactions that we had. I especially appreciate our guests for calling in, Jeff and Lori. Yeah, I appreciate that. There you go, John. You had to test it, didn't you, John? In chat room. Had to put it in there, buddy. It's all right. It's okay. But, no, I do. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate more so. I also appreciate you guys in the chat room. Like I said, using the chat the way that chat was meant to be used. And I really, really appreciate it. And so I know that there's a little flat earth discussion going on over there in the chat room. I've been watching. I've been a little bit distracted. I need to get focused on the matter at hand here and stop trying to participate in my own show. So tomorrow's guest is going to be interesting. Now tomorrow's guest is a reschedule that we had originally scheduled, but had to cancel because of weather that we had. We had some thunderstorms that rolled into the area last week. So we have Stephanie Osborne is going to be joining us tomorrow not in the studio, but on Skype. She's an author and was involved in the civil space program. And we'll get her bio up on the site tomorrow morning, and you guys will see that. But yeah, she was a veteran of more than 20 years in the civilian space program, as well as various military space defense programs. She worked on numerous space shuttle flights and the International Space Station. So all you flat earthers out there, you guys going back and forth, and you globalists, not globalists, that's an insult, but you rounders, we'll start calling you rounders. and flat earthers, we're going to have an expert on. Stephanie Osborne's going to be joining us tomorrow. Maybe she can shed some light on the discussion for you guys. And then we're going to continue on with MUFON cases, very famous MUFON cases. I actually have some Project Blue Book cases that we pulled out of the National Archives that we're going to be playing on Thursday, which is really, I'm excited about that show. I don't know if you guys remember about Project Blue Book. Remember growing up to that? I can tell you, sitting down with my parents, my dad was in the Air Force, so we spent Friday nights watching Project Blue Book, eating tapioca pudding, and watching, like I said, Project Blue Book, Love Boat, and then Fantasy Island. And then, of course, you had Rod Sterling's there, The Twilight Zone. And then on Saturday, you had Mystery Science, but that's a whole other thing. And then on Friday this week, we're going to be talking about Planet X. Yep. And, of course, we're going to be doing a special recording with Brad Olson on Saturday to be released as a set, because we're going to be talking about the Hollow Earth and underground fortresses. So that's going to be very interesting. And then Dr. Richard Miller is going to be joining us. Dr. Ram is coming back on the 10th. It's going to be a great show. We got Brenda Gargan, Marshall Masters, Leslie McCurk is going to be joining us. We're filling up the calendar. I can already tell you that the calendar is pretty much going to be full all the way through the end of this month here in the next day. Yeah, John, we are. We are brothers. John, do you have a phone? I'm asking you. Do you have a phone or Skype? I'm reaching out to you. See, you would never get Art Bell to do this, right? Art Bell would never do this with her. I'm going to do it because I appreciate you guys. I appreciate my guests and my listeners. And I will always, always. That is so strange, Deb. I'll have to look at the permissions. Deb and the Facebook saying that it's not allowing her to share this show with any of the other groups, which is unusual. I'll have to look at it. It might be a permission thing. Deb, did you make sure that that you liked the group or the page and stuff? John, can you call me right now? Let's get on the air. I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm giving you the opportunity. I'm giving you the red line right into the system. Give me a call at 352-388-3900. That's 352-388-3900. Can you do that, buddy? Don't worry. I'm not going to pick on you on the air. I'm not going to do that. I think it's going to be quite the opposite. Because I appreciate your enthusiasm, your participation in tonight's show. But as we wind down with any friends, you know what? I'll look at that. It might be a permissions issue on the page itself. I know that Jeff, can you call him? Hey, Jeff, can you go out to the Midnight Ocean page itself and see if you can share the live video with someone else? I did it. It allowed me without an issue, without a problem. And I would love, like I said, I'm gonna sit here and wait for John to give me a call. So, John, that number is 352-388-3900. Love to hear from you, man. All right, here we go. We're going to type it. I'm going to type it in here. So it's, so I just put it there in the chat room. It's going out to you. You should get it here in a second. Actually, you'll get it before you actually hear the voice, because there's about a 10-second delay between YouTube and me. So you can, there you go. Here we go. So live on the air. Hey, John, just, where are you calling from, buddy?
I'm calling from Garner, North Carolina.
Garner, North Carolina. Well, welcome to the show, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, I love this stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate your participation in the chat room, and trust me, after the show or whatever, I'll reach out to you because I got a very special gift for you coming in. I'll send it to you via mail. So,
you don't need to do that.
No, yeah, I do.
I appreciate it.
No, we love our listeners. I mean, that's one thing that.
Hey,
go ahead.
Now, who are you in the chat? Are you Samaritan Sentinel?
No, you're actually talking to Jeff Norton, the host of the Midnight Ocean.
Oh, okay, cool.
you're
the man. I love your stuff, man.
Thank you. No, we do it for you guys. And I've always said, I'm a huge Art Bell fan, as you guys know.
Yeah, I love that guy. I've been listening to him for, I don't know how long.
Yeah. I early 90s, when I was in college, I used to write code to him when he first started. When he first started.
Yeah, he's amazing. I don't know if I've been listening that long because I was still in the military, and that you just don't have time for that.
Well, yeah, you get in trouble too sometimes.
Exactly.
If you listen to it. But no, one of the things I said that I was always going to do is that I was going to take time to talk to the listeners and stuff. So anytime you want to call up, man, even though I know we're growing and we're going to get huge, and everything, make sure you send me a private, or are you on Facebook?
Well, I don't do Facebook.
Okay.
Call me paranoid.
No, that's fine.
I got on there years ago and started talking about, just slightly mentioning my beliefs, in the scriptures with regard, I don't know if you saw my chat comments, with regard to the non-moving earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just got ridiculed by even my children.
Yeah.
Not even mentioning my brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? So I gave
back
it
off. No, I got you. I got you. And we're gonna have some rounders and some flat earthers on the show. We're arranging some of the top guys. We've reached out to them, and it's just a matter of scheduling and I want to make sure that we present both sides fairly and it's almost like dealing with a debate, making sure one's not being picked on by the other and stuff. Yeah. And because look, when I started doing this show, one thing I did is I wiped everything that I was taught clean. And I said, reteach me, re-educate me.
Yeah, and same here.
And so
same here.
Yeah. And so, I'll listen. And, my thing is I've had some personal experiences as a pilot and things of that nature. So I'll be able to interject my little 2 cents. But, that's going to be a great show. But I just wanted to let you know, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Now, one of the things we are doing is that midnightlisteners.com is going to be coming online here in the next few days. So for all of you guys out there, you can join that page. That is actually the listener page. That's for you guys, the listeners. And what that is that when you join that page, I will give you guys some backdoor access into the studio as we grow. So that way you will have contact. You'll be able to reach me, even though we grow, because I know, when we get up to, even when we get up to 20, 30,000 simultaneous listeners, which we're going to get there, it's going to be very hard for you guys who were with me from the beginning to get into it. And I want to make sure that you're taken care of. So that's why we've actually created that page. And it is coming online here in the next couple days. And it's just dedicated for you guys. We're calling them Midnight Listeners. We actually had a group called Midnight Listeners on Facebook. Well, we're moving that group as its own group outside of Facebook so everybody else can participate. So yeah. No.
Well, sounds good. I think that's probably the reason why, I don't want to talk bad about Rob Skiba. I love the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, have you seen his work?
Yeah. Rob's actually. Thank you for.
I'm talking about with regard to the flat Earth. It's called www.testingtheglobe.com.
Yep.
I mean, it'll take you weeks, months maybe, depending on the time you have, to look at it. But that guy is amazing. I like him because, he's military. He was a pilot, helicopter pilot in the Army. He was in there for like 8-something years, maybe 9, I don't remember, but smart, intelligent. Now, this is just me because I'm like him. I'm a Hebrew kind of guy. Mm-hmm. In other words, I believe the whole Bible is true. Please don't judge me, but I don't believe we should eat pork or shellfish because that's what it says. Mm-hmm. That's what it says in Leviticus, and people say, oh, that was done away with, but that's kind of like saying God is, I don't know, schizophrenic, something. I mean, why would he change? I mean, come on now. Yep. But anyway, why would he say the fourth commandment, remember the Sabbath, and then we go to church on Sunday? And I did that for a long time, Brother Jeff. I did that for a long time.
You're talking, I'll give you a little history. I know you're new to the show because I haven't seen you. I actually spent 1.5 years with the Lubavitch in New York City studying Hebrew and hanging out with those guys. So yes, I am very familiar with not only the commandments but the Mishnah Khan.
Yes, sir. So people like L.A. Marzulli, Rob Skiba, people like that. Now L.A. not as much as Rob and Dr. Michael
Heiser.
Yes, Dr. Michael Heiser.
Well,
I love that guy. But nobody is kind of sort of like me, like Rob Skiba.
Yeah. See, Rob actually, Rob was scheduled to be on the show last week. I completely forgot this. I spoke with Rob, and what I suspected was true. There was something that, he had a little distraction. Let him tell you what it was. But I want to let everybody know that I spoke with Rob today. He is fine. His family's fine. They got through it. Everything's okay. And he is going to be back on the show here pretty soon. He called me and apologized profusely. So
I'm going to tell you, Jeff, I'm 54 years old, retired Marine. I stayed in the infantry for a long, long time. And so I'm kind of broke down a little bit, but, I still get around, do fine. But Rob, I'm telling you, that guy, I don't know where he came from, but he's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
I know he doesn't have advanced degrees in theology like I do and, things like that, but, that's probably a good thing because I had to relearn so much stuff. I had to completely unlearn 4 decades.
Yeah. Yeah, because seminary is not what you need to know; it's what they want you to know.
No, sir. No, sir.
And anybody that's been through seminary,
I'm ashamed to say that, but it's the truth.
Yeah,
it's the truth.
Oh, I know.
I got when I was in the military, I was enlisted for a long time, and then they let me become an officer. And then as an officer in the Marines, you got to have a college degree. Yep. So they weren't going to let me get a theological degree, so they sent me to business school, and I got a business degree, which is good. It helped me out with regard to, and please don't hold this against me, but testing the curvature of the Earth. Mm-hmm. And I'm telling you, brother, I cannot find it. Have you seen Rob Skiba's video on that? When he went up to the Great Lakes?
Not yet. Well, but see, the thing is, how do you say this? I'm not going to, look, I just know my personal experience. I'm a pilot as well. I have a pilot's license, and I've flown on clear days, and I've seen the curvature of the Earth. That's one of the things that kind of makes me go,
yeah. But here's the deal. Have you looked at the gyros? Look into this deep. Maybe Google it, or possibly.
I'll wait for Rob. We'll get pilot the pilot on the show. I don't want to. I don't want.
Yes,
I want to be surprised.
Yes, sir. I understand. Have you looked at the construction of the glass, even in your aircraft?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Now I understand. Your pilot got tons of respect for you. I've flown, obviously, as you can imagine, I've flown a lot in the military, but
yeah.
You've flown way more than me. Just do some research, if I could ask, Jeff.
Oh, I will. That's why.
Do some research on the gyros.
I've told you, and I want to make this promise. When I started to do this show, I mean, I have a brother who's a aerospace engineer, and he's going to flip out when he hears me say this. And he worked for McDonnell Douglas and Morton Thiokol and those companies. He will flip. I've wiped my blackboard clean, and I am going to, when I speak with Rob and we do the flat earth and the rounders, when we have that conversation, I'm going to listen to all of the information in its totality without any preconceived notions. And then I will come back after that, and I'll make my determination. Because
I appreciate that, Jeff, because, a lot of people talk about this condemnation before investigation, and I'm glad you have an open mind.
You got to have.
I know you're a pilot. You're highly skilled. You're great people. You're a good commentator here on the YouTube channel. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
But I got to say, I was the exact same way. Here I was using these quote unquote, please don't judge me, satellite images to, conduct war.
I don't judge. One thing you're going to learn about me, I don't judge anybody.
But here's the deal. I think, and please don't think I'm crazy, but I think I was using, SR-71 Habu images or U-2 images all those decades in the military. I did some research and I got some notes and stuff. I probably shouldn't have took them out, but they were just basic little numbers and stuff. I'm kind of a smart guy. I don't know, but anyway, it didn't add up.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. No, and so to me, when they say there's these satellite images showing these tanks and artillery positions and stuff, I couldn't add it up because it's easily to determine the height of the altitude, the aircraft, satellite, whatever. Very easy, Well, and we never saw anything from that altitude with regard to, satellites. We saw stuff from U-2 and SR-71.
Yeah.
Altitudes.
Well,
that's just me.
Okay, so you understand some of my, and that's where I'm going to bring in some of my background. So people know I'm a civilian pilot. I wasn't a commercial pilot. I was a civilian. Well, hell, I had everything but the ATP, which allows me to fly the big jets. But I worked all the way up. Had my commercial license because of the insurance, for the insurance reasons, and the fact that I could charge my friends when they wanted to go flying and see Chicago in the night. And because it's illegal unless you've got a commercial license to do that, you can't charge people. So I did that. I stopped doing that because of you have to have a physical every 6 months, and it was just a nightmare. And then I actually just got out of flying because Daley, believe it or not, when I was in Chicago, Richard Daley wanted all pilots to register with the government. And I was like, you've lost your freaking mind. So I just stopped. And the other thing too, is I had a very rich business partner who allowed me to fly the toys. I mean, this guy was,
that's nice.
Yeah, these were his airplanes, his personal airplanes. And so I stopped flying because it is expensive. When you're talking $900 an hour on a jet engine, that's just the engine reserve. So you're looking at $1,800 an hour just to turn a jet engine on. I'm not rich by no stretch of the means. But I had the opportunity to fly and see some things, fly some nice airplanes and see some things in my day and age. But the other part of it too, I will tell you, I did work for a company I actually taught at the Java High Performance Lab at Northwestern University there in Chicago. And one of the things we did do, it was a DoD contract where we were looking at imagery, satellite imagery. And I can tell you this because it's not classified, but we wrote algorithms to determine if things were tanks versus troops versus our tanks versus their tanks kind of stuff. And I can tell you, working with the geospatial stuff, I don't know what you were working with when you were in the military, but I can tell you that without the resolution, I can tell you there's software out there now that does it. Very rarely now is it a human looking at that stuff. It's all software.
Right.
So.
Right. And, that makes me, I love technology and the upgrades, but it makes me a little bit suspicious.
Well,
you know what I mean? When you turn it over to logical code, artificial intelligence.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's not. Well, I wouldn't call it artificial. I mean, there's artifacts that you're looking for. Now, I will tell you. Well, I can't tell you, but I will tell you that some of the it's all about. Let me explain. And it's funny because I had Dr. Lloyd Auerbach on the show, and with his ghost hunting, and he said it's all about perception, and that's how a lot of these camera systems work. Without getting into the minutia and getting in trouble and getting guys knocking on my door. It's all about perception. Visuals totally have nothing to do with it. It's about what the camera perceives is down there and then what's interpreted. So I can see your argument though, because the code you could easily tell the code, say, hey, look, that's not a tank, that's a building. And now I've changed your perception. Right. And you can do that through software. So
Jeff, you understand that, I had like way, way, way above top secret clearance. But you understand that I was looking at tactical stuff. I wasn't looking at, because I was in the Marines. We're not into political, that kind of stuff. Yeah. We look at tactical stuff.
Yeah, you're looking at blowing crap up.
Right.
and the best way of doing it. That's
I always questioned.
Yeah.
I was a country boy from Oklahoma, and so I was very adept at calling in fire on enemy positions. I just was really somehow, I think it was a God-given gift. I'm not sure, being able to know what was over the next hill and using our resources. Sometimes it was mortars, sometimes it was artillery, sometimes it was aircraft, but I was just adept at that.
Yeah.
And they sent me this information. As I moved up in rank, I got into, higher echelon units, and I actually got pictures instead of just grid coordinates, and it confused me because they said it was satellite stuff. And I'm telling you, Jeff, I questioned it even back then.
Yeah, what war? What
even
conflict?
Back then. Now, see, I was in the Gulf War.
Okay.
And in Somalia.
Okay.
And in some stuff that I can't talk about. And so I started questioning that stuff. Here I was, this high-speed, low-drag intel guy that could shoot a quarter at 800 meters, use all kinds of, communication devices.
Yeah.
And so I was highly sought out for these missions.
Yeah.
And I really shouldn't go into this. But anyway, Jeff, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
No, I'm able, even though I'm a country boy from Oklahoma, I'm able to put two and two together.
Sure.
And realize that these images they're sending me, that they're saying from satellites.
Well, let me tell you, because I was probably working on those images during that time frame, and that's why I wanted to see not Somalia but Gulf War after that. So I was working on the satellites after the fact when I was at the Java High Performance Lab. And I will tell you that whole statement that I made without giving up, the secret, there is a difference between what you see and what you perceive. And that also goes for a lot of these satellites that are out there.
Sir.
They are written. The software that runs them is perception based and not actual truly visual based. So there is some coding that happens and some filtering through the software and things of that nature. And I don't want to, like I said, we don't want to jeopardize our countries, but this is not anybody that's in the satellite business knows how this stuff works. So it's no big secret, but we need to keep our mouth shut.
What you should do, this is just my opinion, suggestion, look at some of the Mark Sargent videos. I know he's a little flaky.
No,
but look at his videos with regard to those people.
Yep.
Now we're talking about pilots. We are talking about people that, missile techs in the Navy.
Yep.
That look over the horizon to find ships, the target, things like that. I mean, how is that possible? How is that possible to see an enemy ship from, I don't know, it's like 200 miles away? How is that possible on radar? If there's a curvature of the Earth. I mean, it's just not possible.
Well, a lot of that intel, though, is coming from the AWACS and stuff that are flying up above them.
Well, now that's true. But we're talking about guys that say, now these are guys that are radar techs, trained out of Virginia, and I've been to those areas. I've been to that school several times. And they're saying they ain't got no AWACS up there. They're looking at radar that tells them there's a ship 185 miles away. We don't have radar that gives us 185-mile detection. We just don't.
Well, hold on. So I'm looking. I've actually just pulled up my signal. So you're at 400 kilometers. They're called ambiguous targets at 400 kilometers is the distance in which.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
so you go 400 kilometers is how many miles?
That's right, Jeff. I understand that. But they ping the radar, right? And it goes out, and that means at 400 kilometers, it would start, let's say at the end of 300 kilometers, and that's being nice and conservative. It would start going out in space. There's no way you can ping a ship at 400 kilometers. Just no way.
Well, no, that's the longest range, so that comes out to 248 miles.
Yes, sir. And so, with that said, and this is just my thinking, and after listening to all this stuff, and listening to Rob Skiba, and looking at all these experiments, I'm talking about the curvature and the flatness of the Earth, or the roundness of the Earth, or whatever. I mean, how in the world can a Navy or even plane, unless they're like, I don't know, 30,000 feet up in the air, how can they see that far?
Well, you're looking at microwave, so you're going the speed of, number one, you're going the speed of light. And so the thing is that's the distance of our known, as our known radar. And maybe the other thing too is that they can what they call deflect, which means that they can actually take their antenna and bounce it off the ionosphere and then bounce it back down and then ping a signal that way as well.
Yeah.
If they want to reach even further.
I understand that because, I went to all these tactical schools and we used all our radios and we bounced all that stuff off and, but what are we bouncing that off, Jeff?
Well, you're bouncing it off the ionosphere.
Okay. You're going to call me crazy, but really, now this is just because me and I've read all the world's religion books. I'm an older guy, and have a lot of interest in this, but nobody talks about, what really is up there. And I think we're able to communicate with long distances with all these radio and several communication programs and computers and systems and we're able to bounce it off of the firmament or the dome or whatever the heck is up there that the Bible describes.
That would be your ionosphere. I mean, that you do have a dome, and there's ionosphere, and there's different levels to that. But when you're talking microwave, it would be the ionosphere that would affect by microwave.
Well, you know, I'm one of those guys because I've world travel. I've been on every continent. Been like everywhere, Asia, Pacific, all that stuff. But anyway, I cannot understand why nobody's caught on to this. I mean, just look at, you know, I know this is conspiracy theory, but just look at Dish Network. Look at all these satellite dishes. They're pointing straight out. They're going straight out to the towers. You know, they're not going up to satellites. You know, and I know you're going to call me crazy, Jeff. I don't care. But there's no satellites. They say there's a minimum, this is being conservative, minimum of 4,000 satellites. Some estimates 20,000. But, you know, I go out and I see some stuff moving. But if there's 4,000, this is minimum, why can't I see them on a regular basis outside? This is ridiculous.
Oh, you can?
Well, you know, I've gone out. Like I say, I'm retired. I enjoy camping on occasion, and I've seen them. But if there's 4,000, why can't I see a ton of them?
Oh, you can. The problem, I mean, grab your Gen 3s. I take people out, we go out in the Gulf all the time. Well, we used to, until my boat got nailed by the Hurricane Hermes. But you can take a Gen 3, night vision. I mean, you've been under night vision, haven't you?
Yeah, I have night vision.
And you can look up and see the satellites moving in the orbit.
Yep. Let me ask you this. How come I can look at the moon and not see anything coming across except some really strange stuff?
That's because okay. So I can tell you what that is. That's actually your focal. That's your focal distance. Just like a camera. You can actually take a camera, and if you have two objects, one near, one far, and one off to the side, you can focal past it and actually see the far object, which is, it's crazy optical illusion kind of stuff, because you say, well, why does the near object block the far object? And you can actually focal past it.
Yeah.
I'm not discounting. I'm just saying is that
I understand. What I don't understand is how come NASA doesn't turn around, you know, like, let's say, the International Space Station cameras, or, you know, that big-ass telescope they have out there. Why don't they turn, you know, the Hubble, why don't they turn that thing around and show us the Earth? The whole...
Well, once again, it's focal length. They can't do that with Hubble, because you get one big blur spot, because the focal length of the mirrors are too far, and you can't do that. And actually, I believe there would probably be too much light that you'd mess the sensors up, because you'd have too much light coming into the sensors, and those things are made for smaller light. So there's probably some technical issues there.
All right. Conservatively speaking, there's 4,000 satellites up there, and let's say half of those have cameras on them. Why don't we get any of that? I mean, the ones that have cameras, there's no reason for that. You got to remember, so to shoot a rocket up, if you put more payload on it, that's more fuel. More fuel costs not hundreds of thousands of dollars, but millions of dollars. So if my satellite was a communication satellite, why would I put a camera payload on it? Well, I understand that.
Now, one of the things.
Tons of them up there, Jeff.
Hold
on.
Cameras. Now, see, I'm going to make an argument for your side. The satellite that was just blown up, the SpaceX, that was actually a Facebook satellite. That satellite had a camera on it, and it was destroyed on the launch pad. And so there's some conspiracy there. They're
talking about, you know, it was some kind of conspiracy.
Well, they're thinking that and I've seen the videos. When I saw the videos on TV I didn't see the drone. Now I'm seeing the drone on YouTube, but I don't believe anything on YouTube because of CGI.
Yeah.
So I don't believe that. But there's
a
lot of
hear about me and conspiracies, man.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, I want to do it, but I also know my personal experience and what I do know. And like I said, I'm a clean slate. I want to hear it, and then we'll go from there.
Well, personally, it all started for me, obviously, back in 9/11. I was still in the military, and I looked at that and looked at that and looked at that, and, you know, I thought, man, there's something wrong with this.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
I'm a firm believer. 9/11's an inside job. Let me just say that right now.
No doubt.
Let me just say that right now on the air, so so people know exactly where I stand. 9/11 was an inside job. There's no doubt about it. Do they actually work for us, or were they on our payroll? I don't know about that, but I do know that our government was complacent, and our government knew in advance what the heck was coming, and they used 9/11 to their advantage. Be it blow up the cover up the $3 billion or $3 trillion that was missing the day before when Donald Rumsfeld, and it just happened that the criminal investigation was in Building 7. And then the military investigation on where that money was in the Pentagon. Both buildings just happened to blow up on the same day. How convenient is that?
Yep.
No, I am a firm believer, and that's why I love my show, because there are no red phones here. No one's going to tell me to shut up, and I'll flat out say 9/11 was an inside job.
I appreciate that, Jeff. Can I? I need to go to bed pretty soon, but can I just say, try to get Rob Skiba on.
Well, no, Rob.
No. This UFO and alien abduction, he'll have a lot to say about it.
No, Rob's coming on.
But
Rob.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
good.
no, Rob was a scheduled guest. He was supposed to be on last week, and he didn't because he had an issue. I'll let him tell you what happened. But no, I talked to him today. He's actually going to come. We're trying to get him on the 11th. I am actually trying to get him on to either the 6th or the 7th, like in the next 2 or 3 days. I don't know if we can do that, but we're shooting for the 11th. So we're trying to balance it all out. So yeah, no, Rob is already, it's really funny. Everything that everybody's slated, there's only a few guests that we haven't, but we have LA, Missouri. He's coming on the 18th. Ram is coming back on. We are looking at Dr. Hutchinson. The Hutchinson effect doctor, the guy that said he'll never do radio again. We're actually talking directly with him, and throw out good vibes, everybody, because I would love to have Dr. Hutchinson, because that is a classic Art Bell. We also have reached out to Bob Lazar, and we have some inside there. I'm not saying that these guys are slated, but we do have their contact information, and we're pounding the crap out of them to get on the show. So yeah, just kind of look at our guests. If you go to our website, themidnightocean.com, and we're like 19 minutes over, but it's okay. Go to themidnightocean.com, and you go down to the bottom, you'll see on the right-hand side, you'll see a thing that says guests. You click on that, and that gives you a list of all of our past guests and all of our future guests coming up in the next couple of
weeks. Good deal. You know what, Jeff? I love your show because,
thank you.
People on here are kind of thinking out of the box, and ain't nothing wrong with that. Now there's some people that come on, and I don't want to talk about my brother Marine that came on, talk about aliens, all kinds of stuff. But I'm just loyal. I'm not going to talk about a brother Marine ever.
Well, let me give you two things that I think we've been pretty good at enforcing. Number one, let me say thank you for your service. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and my family appreciates it, and everything for your service. So let me get that out of the way. The second thing is look, we have made it very clear on this. You can disagree, agree, whatever you want. No personal attacks in the chat room. You're gone. I will boot you. I don't care if there's 1,000 of you on our show. I don't need rankings from people that are going to be disrespectful to other people. Number one.
Yes, sir.
Because you and I disagree on things, but you would never know it from our conversation, correct? Because we're respectful to each other. So that's the first thing. The second thing is don't ever respond to anybody that attacks you. I know that it's our nature to want to defend ourselves. Don't do it because that just perpetuates it and stuff. So that's our only rule. And that's why, don't ever say anything. Just, and this goes for everybody that's listening, because we still got listeners out there, to the show. The chat room is for us to communicate with each other and just be respectful. And if you disagree with someone, bite your tongue. Just say, okay, whatever. Yep. I respectfully disagree. Have a great day, though.
I'm trying to do that myself, but we Marines.
I know you're different. You're a different lot.
We gotta say what we want to say. That
you're a different lot.
Weird bot thing, Jeff. It kind of caught me. I didn't think I said anything bad, but I think
you said hell. You said hell and crap in the same sentence. Yeah, it nailed you. Well, because you do get. Look, we had an issue. We've had an issue in the past where you get guys who don't appreciate our show, don't care about what we do. They just come in here and they think it's funny and cute. You get the little kid at night or whatever and doing that. And so we do have that bot that shuts them down pretty quick. And,
but anyway, I'm excited. I'm glad you got Rob Skiba coming on. I'm telling you, that guy, he's a little younger than me, but I'm telling you, he is a researcher.
Oh yeah.
And I've looked at all of his stuff, and I'm telling you, he's amazing.
Yeah. No.
He explains it all very well. For me personally, I know there's a lot of people that think that we've got aliens coming from Mars or wherever, but he explains it all to me, to the point where it's all interdimensional beings.
That's exactly what I believe. I believe that it's a combination of interdimensional. It's easier to flip the phase shift. Yeah. Do it all the time in the radio business, so it's easier to phase shift. And we see a very limited band of what we perceive as vision is a very limited sense, and so that's why the whole perception piece is very important to me, because your mind is a huge antenna, but your visual aspect of your mind is only a very small segment of the light that's out there. And
Jeff, you make a fantastic point. I mean, people don't realize prior to the flood how intelligent and how mind expanded people were prior to the flood. They don't realize that.
Well, that's
I'm telling you. And, and we don't want to get into this, but, Genesis 6:4, talking about angels coming down, mating with women,
the Nephilim,
creating these Nephilims. And, the modern church will tell you, oh, well, that's just, the Seth people, the bad people doing that. Yeah. But not true.
Yeah. I know, I'm with you on that one. So, all right, John, we are 25 minutes past the hour. We're over our time.
Right. I'm sorry, brother.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate you calling in and sharing your experiences with us. And maybe what we can do is we'll put together a show one night where we just, I really like the fact that we're allowing guests to call in and participate.
Yes, now, and, you don't want to hear my experiences, because, not only was I a retired military, intelligence officer, ordained deacon, ordained minister. And so, if you want to talk about demonic stuff, I was there. I mean, I faced it.
Yeah.
And, I don't like to talk about it. We probably should not talk about it. But, my point is that I've been around the block.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of experiences, talk about, but I really would not like to go on the air and talk about those kind of things, because I've actually experienced some just amazing supernatural stuff.
Yeah.
And that's all I want to talk about. When I walk into a Walmart, Jeff, and this is Dr. Michael Heiser kind of thing, but, I forgive the sins committed in that building, and I walk around and I literally sometimes, not often, but sometimes get attacked by people.
Yeah. Oh, I believe it. That's why I don't go where crowds are anymore. Because since I started doing this show, I've been I've always been edgy around groups of people, but now that I do this show, and I'll be honest with you, I feel drained from it, and I'm getting to the point now where I see things that I really don't want to see, and I see them out, and it's that whole phase shift thing where you're starting to see the other things bleed through, but.
Yes, sir. And if I could just encourage people, because I don't want to get all negative and stuff, that there is hope, there is help. Now, this is just my personal belief. Yeah. If you call on, our Father in heaven for help, He will help you. Yeah. In those situations, and that's just my personal belief, and I tell people that all the time.
I agree with you.
But last thing I want to mention, Jeff, I appreciate your show.
Thank you.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
You got some very interesting guests. I look at even the ghost hunter shows. Of course, I have a different perspective on what those are. But anyway, I look at all that stuff, and it's interesting because not very many people are talking about it. And so I encourage you to carry on.
Thank you.
And keep doing your best, because this is an interesting show.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
I think you'll grow. Keep doing this.
Yeah, no, we're not going anywhere. This is a 10-year business plan, so there's 10 years committed to this project, and it's not a project. I mean, this is something that this is, this is the long term, and we're making the investments and doing the things we're doing. We're not doing this because one day Jeff Norton decided. Let me, and I'm going to put you on hold here and, close out the show, but I will, I appreciate the call, and you might want to just drop off and listen to what I've got to say here. And then, we'll be in touch, friend. I got your number and stuff, and we'll be in contact. And you can feel free.
Jeff, and I appreciate it. And, keep on keeping on.
Yeah, thanks, man. And, like I said, just you got the number and the call-in lines. I am during the day. I do keep it open on the Skype line. So if you want to and you see me pop in on Skype or whatever, feel free to give me a call, and I'll let you know if I can talk or not because of work. So that's about it. To be well. So there you go. One of our listeners, John, calling in. Yeah. So you guys know, this show is all about the listener and also the guests. We bring great guests, but more importantly, we're bringing them to you, good listeners. And so it's very important that we have that interaction between. And that was awesome. I enjoyed that talking with John, one of our listeners, and yeah, we're growing. We're making this. This is a long-term deal for us. This is not a short-term. This is not a, hey, Jeff, do a podcast kind of thing, or I want to do a podcast. As you guys know my history. I had a successful podcast in politics, and I got out of the business because, frankly, I was disgusted with it. And, I just couldn't. It was weird. It was bizarre. It wasn't it just wore on me over and over and over again. So my thing is I got out, and I was actually directed. Call it whatever you want to be, super whatever, but I was actually directed to do this. So this is not my will. This is, this is someone else's will. This is God's will, or whatever you want to call it, whatever floats your boat, to do this. And I will continue to do this as long as He wants me to do this. And short of me dying, on the air or wherever. So that's about it. But like always, I want to say, hey, thanks, guys. Thank John. Thank Lori, Jeff for joining in. Got a special gift. We'll get in touch with you guys tomorrow. We'll get that gift out to you for coming on the air. Remember that we're going to have Stephanie Osborne is going to be joining us tomorrow in the studio, or actually live on Skype. And then we're going to do the MUFON reports on Planet X, unless we can get Rob rescheduled in here, because I think it's very important. It kind of goes hand in hand with this week's topic. Like always, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate every one of you guys participating. Get the word out. I will look in, Debbie, I will look into why you cannot share this with any of your Facebook friends and family. We'll figure that out. And like always, as my good friend Ed Roman has written and sung about, we always close the show with this song. But more importantly, I just want to tell everybody, thank you very much. I appreciate you. And, you know, if you can be anything, be love. That's all it is. Just be love.
In a fraction of an inch.
State Radio Network.
Is the heart and soul of rock and roll with Wolfman Jack. Wolfman Jack. Wolfman Jack. Wolfman Jack.